Has massive trauma to the shoulder, 3 rib fractures and a like V infection in the 3rd stage.
Like V infection had 5 stages: introduction of the virus, beginning of the shift, half shift, advanced shift, and stabilization. Julie was in half shift, which meant her body was fighting the virus to stay human. His face was grim. Something bad was coming. I clenched up.
Julie's bloom levels are very high.
My chest constricted. Like V bloomed when its victim was under stress, saturating the body in great numbers. Too much, and it would put Julie over the edge. 40% of all like V victims went loop during the 4th stage. Julie was bitten, she was an adolescent, and she was injured. Her stress level was through the roof, and her body was flooded with hormones. Her chances of going mad were astronomically high. Someone asked, "Is she going loop?" And I realized it was me.
Too early to tell.
Doolittle rubbed his face.
Her transformation came on too fast. In all my years, I've never seen it happen that fast. She started to transform almost from the moment the virus entered her system. Julie is very magical. Introducing the virus to her body was like planting a seed in fertile ground. The first transformation is always the most volatile. In a case of stable infection, the virus should have leveled off. Julie is still blooming.
"Oh, no!"
"Call to the Frenchman,"
Curran said. I almost jumped. He'd come up behind us, and I didn't hear him.
"I don't care what it costs. Just get him."
"Get what?" I stared at him.
"The Europeans have an herbal concoction," Curran answered. "It reduces the chance of loopism by 1/3. They guard it like it's gold, but we know somebody who smuggles it out."
Doolittle's face was mournful.
"I took the liberty of calling the moment she came in, my lord." "And?"
Doolittle shook his head.
"Did you tell him who was asking?"
Curran snarled.
"I did. The Frenchman sends his apologies. If he had any, he would immediately deliver it. But there is none to be had."
Curran clenched his fists and forced them open. "What now?" I asked.
"She's under heavy sedation. The main issue right now is to make her feel secure. No loud noises, no alarming voices, no agitation. We have to keep her calm and safe. That's all we can do. I'm so sorry."
"I want to see her."
"No."
Doolittle barred my way. "What do you mean, no?"
"He means you're so agitated you'll spike her virus levels by just walking in there," Curran said. "If you want her to get better, come back and see her when you're calm."
Yelling that I was calm, damn it, would only hammer home his point. Curran turned to Doolittle.
"When will we know? I'll keep her under for 24 hours. We'll try to wake her up. If she shows signs of loopism, we can sedate her for another 24. After that..."
Doolittle fell silent. "After that? I would have to kill my kid." All strength went out of my legs. I would have given anything for this to be a nightmare. All my magic, all my power, for a chance she'd wake up. "Is there any hope?" Doolittle opened his mouth and closed it without saying anything. I turned and marched down the hallway. The lighthouse keepers had to have a base. Someone had to have owned or rented that van. Someone supplied them with explosive bolts. The only time I'd ever seen them used was when Andrea put 2 of them into a blood golem controlled by my aunt. She had to have them special ordered. I would find the keepers. I would find them and murder every single one of them. Curran caught up with me.
Where are you going?
I have things to do. He barred my way.
You look like shit. You need a medic. Let Doolittle fix you.
I don't have time for this. He leaned to me, his voice quiet.
This isn't open to negotiation.
I unclenched my teeth. If I don't hurt something, I'll lose it.
Either you let him mend you now, or you'll run out of gas in the middle of a fight when it counts. You know your body. You know you're at your limit. Don't make me carry you.
Just try it. He bared the edge of his teeth at me.
Is that a challenge, baby?
I glared at him. Would you like it to be, darling? A hulking figure loomed in the hallway. Mahon. Thick and barrel-chested, the alpha of Clan Heavy looked like he could step in front of a moving train and force it to screech to a halt. His black hair and beard were salted with gray.
He didn't like me much, but we respected each other, and since Mahon was the closest thing Curran had to a father, both Mahon and I went out of our way to remain civil. Mahon finished maneuvering his massive frame near us. My liege? Consort?
Yes? Curran asked, his voice rumbling with the beginnings of a growl. Mahon fixed us with his heavy stare.
Unlike your quarters, this hallway isn't soundproof. Your voices carry. These are trying times. Our people look to you for guidance and example.
Doolittle held open a door to a side room. Mahon inclined his head in a slow half-bow.
Please, consort.
Fine. Half an hour wouldn't make a difference anyway. Chapter 18. I awoke on our couch. My whole body ached, deep down, all the way to my bones. Pain was good. Pain meant I was still alive and healing. Curran leaned on the windowsill, silhouetted against the window, where the dusk or dawn bled crimson onto the sky. The sun was in the east. Morning, then. I'd slept for several hours. Muscles tensed across Curran's wide back. He knew I was awake. No matter where I was or how much trouble I was in, he would come to get me. He would demolish the city to find me. I didn't have to go at it alone. Several floors below, Julie was sleeping while her body worked to betray her. My Julie. My poor kiddo. Some people awoke to escape their nightmares. I awoke into one. Any change?
She is still asleep,
Curran said. Doolittle sedated me. That old bastard. He turned around.
No. He was chanting your wounds closed, and you fell asleep. I brought you up here. Does it hurt less now?
I shrugged. How do you know it hurt in the first place?
You held your breath when you walked.
Maybe I was just pissed off.
No.
He came toward me.
I know when you're pissed off. It's the way you stand. I know the look.
He noticed the way I stood. What was I supposed to do with that? Grendel?
He's in Doolittle's infirmary. Nothing serious. A few bruises and a sliver of wood stuck in his paw. Andrea returned to the keep. She says they were eating and he took off on her with no warning. Went through the restaurant's window.
Silly poodle. How had he even known we were in trouble? Muscles played along Curran's jaw.
We should have found Leslie. We had tracked her all over the city. Her scent was less than 3 hours old in Palmetto. If we had found her, none of this would have happened. You can't save everyone. I've made my peace with that. We should have saved Julie.
I love you, I told him. Curran stopped in mid-word and strode to me. I kissed him, sliding into his arms. "I don't want to talk," I whispered. My cheeks were wet, and I knew I was crying. My voice didn't tremble, but the tears kept coming and coming. I'd lost my mother, my stepfather, and now in 2 days, my kid as well. It was time to pay the piper. Curran kissed me, his lips sealing on mine, his tongue slid into my mouth, his taste so familiar, so welcome. I clenched his shoulders, pulling him closer, pulling his shirt off. He moved the sheets aside and broke apart from me for the tiniest second to peel my tank top off. I kissed his mouth, my fingers in his short hair, asking for his strength. His hands slid over my breasts, the rough skin of his palms scratching at my nipples. He lifted me to my knees and licked my left breast, the heat of his mouth piercing through all of the pain swirling inside me. I let go of it all and lost myself in him, kissing, licking, stroking, wanting to be one. He rose above me. I wrapped my legs around him, and when he thrust inside me, the world took a step back. There was only me and him. We built to a smooth, hard rhythm, faster and faster, each thrust lifting me higher, until finally heat blossomed inside me, drowning me in a cascade of pleasure. He shuddered and emptied himself. We stayed like that for a long moment. Then he moved to the side, gathering me up to him. We lay, curled up together, as the day uncurled outside the window. I refused to let Julie go. There had to be a way around it. There had to be something I could do. She wasn't a loop yet, damn it. There had to be a way.
"We'll kill them,"
Curran said, his voice laced with so much violence I almost shivered.
"We'll stamp them out."
Yes. A year from now, nobody will remember they existed. There would be no more lighthouse keepers after we were done. It wouldn't help my kid, but it might keep other Julies from being hurt. A knock resonated through the door.
"What?"
Curran growled.
"Jim is here, my lord,"
Barabbas said. I pushed off the pillow.
"Tell him to wait,"
Curran said. He turned to me. Gray eyes looked into mine.
"I love you, too."
Maybe he truly did. Promise me that if we leave, nobody will touch Julie until we return. Gold rolled over Curran's eyes and vanished.
"Not if they want to live."
Not even an alpha of a clan. I didn't know how dark the inside of Jennifer's head was.
"Not even an alpha. Julie is sedated and restrained in her bunk. The access to her room is restricted, and Derek is staying with her. He's gotten it into his head that if he and Ascanio hadn't gotten into it, the Bauda kid would have put up more of a fight. Jennifer doesn't have a prayer of getting past him, nor would she try. That's not who she is."
He swiped his sweatpants off the floor. I put my clothes on. It wouldn't have mattered about Ascanio. She was a trained render. You could have killed her. Bee, Mahon, Jezebel, maybe. Jim.
"Kate," Curran said, "and now the entire keep knows it."
I stopped with a boot in my hand. He was actually proud of me. I heard it in his voice. Oh, hell. He was looking at me with a smile, like the cat who ate the canary. What did I do with my other shoe?
"You're holding it."
Ah. I sat down on the couch and put my boot on. Curran slipped on his T-shirt and went to the door. I followed. Curran opened the door, revealing Jim. His cloak was back on. Andrea stood behind him. The right side of her face was black and blue, as if she'd been hit by a 5-pound dumbbell. She looked ready to kill something. Jim's face was grim.
"The keepers activated the device at Palmetto."
"When?" Curran snarled.
"Half an hour ago."
Curran swore. The jeep bounced over a metal plate in the road, went airborne, and landed with a crunch. Jim drove the way he did everything, just on the edge of reckless, but never out of control. In the front seat, Curran rolled the window down and leaned, trying to read a grimy road sign. 3 miles. He rolled the window up before the roar of the jeep's enchanted motor made us all deaf. The Roosevelt Highway rolled past the window. The trees, one long greenish smudge. Next to me, Andrea held her crossbow. We didn't have a chance to talk, but we didn't need to. We just needed a target. The keepers brought the device in sometime during the night, Jim said. The spring farm fair is in town this week. That's where most of Palmetto makes a good chunk of their money. School is canceled for the week, and all the church services are moved to 8 o'clock to accommodate the fair. The keepers set the thing up in the middle of a busy street and bailed. The fair has 2 fields worth of weird magic crap. Nobody would have given Cayman's device another thought. The people of Palmetto had walked right past the ticking bomb and watched it charge. And then it activated and killed them. Why not hit the fair itself? Andrea asked. Because they wanted witnesses, Jim said. People will travel in for the fair, see a dead town, and rush back to spread the panic. So it's over? I asked. Yeah, Jim said. We had people combing through the town yesterday looking for Leslie. This morning I sent a man from the keep to brief them on the keepers and tell them to clear out. They were on the road to Atlanta when they saw the light behind them. They stayed the hell away from it. From what they say, white light appeared above the town, glowed for several minutes like the northern lights, and vanished. The whole thing took about 10 minutes. To the left, 4 hyenas, 2 wolves, 4 jackals, and a were-mongoose burst from the brush and flanked the car. Barabbas, Jezebel, and others. The entire Bauta clan howled for blood. One source says the device can't be moved by a water car, Jim called out over the engine's noise. Good call, not mentioning Simon by name. He says it kills the enchantment in the water, and they can't carry it. Too heavy. They have to move it by cart and horse. There are 4 roads out of Palmetto. Used to be 5, but Tommy Lee Cook Road is shut down. There's a gap across it, 1/4 mile wide. I have people on every road. The machine pulls magic in a circle starting from the perimeter and going inward. The perimeter of the blast zone is clearly visible. They aren't getting out. Can we enter the zone after the blast? Andrea asked. The source said he walked through the blast of the first prototype. He seemed no worse for wear, I told her. An old billboard loomed from between the trees, advertising some gun show. Jim stood on the brakes, spinning the wheel. The engine sputtered and died. The jeep's tires squealed, and the vehicle veered left and screeched to a stop. 14 bodies lay across the road. Men, women, children, dressed in good clothes. To the right, a church rose, its doors wide open. A preacher lay on the stairs, his Bible still in his hand. On the other side of the road, in a wide enclosure, carts waited for the owners who would never come back. Horses snorted and whipped their tails at flies. Dear God, Andrea whispered. They must have been Seventh-day Baptists, going to church for the Saturday morning service. Whole families. Adam Cayman was right. If you had enough magic, the shock of losing it killed you. Why? Why the hell were the keepers doing this? What the hell were they hoping to achieve? A naked man ran out from behind the church and made a beeline for us. Short brown hair, lean build. Carlos, one of the rat scouts. He came to a stop next to us and bent over, out of breath. Can't go into it in a half form. Turns you human or animal. You're weaker, too. Carlos strained, fur sprouting along his back as bones snapped. A moment, and a were-rat stood in front of us. Carlos opened his long jaws.
"Thank gosh! I was worried."
A distant wolf howl echoed through the air.
"South."
Curran pulled off his clothes, his skin split. Muscle boiled, fur sprouted, and he dropped to all fours, dark stripes like whip marks over his pelt. Jim shrugged off his shirt, and a jaguar in warrior form landed next to Curran. The monstrous lion head opened its jaws, and Curran's voice rolled forth, the words perfect.
"We'll cut across the fields, along the edge of the blast zone.
I'll take the car." Jim threw the keys at me, and I snapped them out of the air. "Don't break the device," I said. "You break it, it explodes. We all find our wings in a hurry." Curran growled.
"Later, baby cakes."
Baby cakes, asshole. "Good hunting, sugar woogums." I jumped into the driver's seat. Andrea pulled a rifle from under the passenger seat and hopped in to ride shotgun. Curran dashed into the field, powerful muscles carrying him off. The shapeshifters followed him in a silent flood. I turned the key, and the gasoline-burning motor purred in response. No magic. Right. I made a wide circle around the bodies and stepped on the gas. The vehicle shot forward, picking up speed. "Whoa!" Andrea rubbed her face. "It's like somebody put a bag over my head. I can't hear that well. I can't smell anything either." "What happened to your face?" "She made me leave," Andrea said through clenched teeth. I glanced at her. "Aunt Bee, we needed to have the talk." Oh, no, she couldn't wait to have that talk. She had to have it right away so she could explain to me in detail how I needed to become one of her girls. I shouldn't have gone, but I wanted to avoid a fight in front of the children. We sat at Mona's and ate pie, while the render tore the kids apart, so her ego would be satisfied. I told her this. You know what she said? She said it was my fault because if I had run over like a good little Bouda when she first called me, we wouldn't be in this mess. So I slapped her. What? When we got to the keep, and I found out about Julie, I walked up and slapped Aunt Bee in the face, in front of everyone. Holy crap. Have you lost your mind? You should have seen the look on her. It was worth it. Andrea threw me a defiant glance. Then her face went all psycho. The old bitch backhanded me. I don't actually remember being hit. I just remember rolling down the stairs. I guess she knocked me off the landing. She is fucking strong. A crazy light sparked in Andrea's eyes. I'd do it again. I'll make it my mission in life to take her down. And people said I was nuts. Andrea raised her hand. This is the hand that slapped Aunt Bee. Maybe you should have it gold-plated. Here, you can touch it, since you're my best friend. Is your hand connected to your brain at all? Are you going to keep attacking her until she kills you? Andrea shrugged. I might kill her instead. And run the Bouda clan? She blinked. No. And how do you think Raphael would take it? I know you still love him. You think he'll be happy his mother is dead? Andrea let her breath out in a long sigh. Listen, me and Raphael, your master plan has holes big enough to drive a truck through. Now look, you— The trees ended abruptly as the road shot us into the center of the town. Words died on Andrea's lips. Bodies lay in the streets, laborers, mothers with their children, a group of men armed with crossbows, probably just passing through. A cop, a short blonde woman, her uniform pristine, lying face down on the pavement 2 steps away from her police horse. Oh, my God. We drove through it all, surrounded by death on both sides, as if gliding through Armageddon. On the far right, a man stumbled, walking through the street, with a lost look on his face, trying to come to terms with his world ending. A child cried in the distance, a thin, uncertain sound. This wasn't just bad. It wasn't just criminal or cruel. It was so deeply inhuman, my mind had trouble comprehending it. I've seen death and mass murder. I've seen people slaughtered out of bloodlust. But this had no emotion behind it, just a cold, clinical calculation. Another howl broke the silence, closer this time and to the east. Andrea swiped the map off her lap. They're probably hitting Fayetteville Road. Turn left at the next intersection. Church Street. I made a hard left at the next intersection. In front of us, a crumbling overpass barred the way. I steered the Jeep on the side, over the overgrown hill, praying the tires didn't blow up, and rolled over the hill. The vehicle plunged down, its seat springs squeaked, and we landed back on the road. I stepped on the gas. The Jeep hurtled forward. A subdivision popped up on our right side. I steered straight ahead. I'd seen as much of the dead as I could take. Now I just wanted to make some of my own. The road veered left, cutting through a dense patch of forest. I took the turn. Something black and large lay in the road. "Look out!" Andrea yelled. I swerved, catching a glimpse of a massive equine body. A mad amber eye glared at nothing, now dull, from a head crowned with a single sharp horn. The woods ended, jerked away suddenly like a green silk scarf pulled out of place. A ribbon of straight road unrolled in front of us, before diving into the woods again in the distance. On the left side, two giant open A-frames covered by tin roofs housed rows of flea market stalls. The stalls lay deserted. Half of their owners had fled. The few who remained sprawled in the dirt, their eyes dull and lifeless. A group of riders emerged from the woods in the distance, pushing their horses hard. Behind them, a pair of bays pulled a wagon. At least 10 people. The forest on both sides of the road was too dense for the wagon to pass through. They were heading away from the magic and toward us, back into the blast zone. I turned the Jeep sideways, blocking the road. Andrea eyed the nearest A-frame. It would give her a good vantage point, but the moment she started shooting, they'd turn back. We had to keep that cart from moving. I held up my hand. "Give me a grenade." Andrea pulled open her backpack and slid a grenade into my palm. "Wait until they start shooting the Jeep. Boom comes first, shrapnel flies second. Count to 10 before you run in there, and don't blow the device up." "Yes, Mother, it's not my first time." "That's the thanks I get for trying to keep you alive, Your Highness?" I slipped out of the Jeep and dashed down through the undergrowth on the right side of the road. Andrea leaped 6 feet in the air, caught the edge of the tin roof, and pulled herself up. Twigs and branches slapped me. I kept moving, light on my toes. If Curran had been there, he would have chewed me out for making more noise than a drunken hippo in a china shop. But with the thudding of hooves, the riders wouldn't hear me. Ahead, the ground leveled off, the undergrowth of fuzzy pines thick enough to provide good cover, but thin enough to power through in a hurry. About 100 yards from the Jeep. Far enough. I dropped into a crouch. The lead horseman rode past us and stopped a dozen yards ahead. The rest of the riders halted, forming 2 loose lines along the road, staggering themselves to minimize the target area. The cart came to a stop with a creak right across from me. A large canvas bundle bulged in the middle of it, secured with ropes. Wooden partitions protected the device from the back and front. Perfect. "Miss Cray," the lead rider said, "please remove the obstruction." A woman rode up to the leader. "Sir?" "Ride down to the vehicle, shift it into neutral, and push it off the road. Burgess go with her. Santos cover them. If things look suspicious, shout." The 3 riders advanced toward the Jeep, 2 ahead, one lagging behind, his rifle ready. I waited until they cleared half of the stretch, pulled the firing pin, and lobbed the grenade behind the cart. The metal clanged on the asphalt 200 feet away from the cart. Far enough. Heads turned. I dropped down and pressed into the forest floor. The explosion shook the trees. Horses shied, panicking. The device showed no intention of exploding.
"Protect the machine!"
the leader screamed.
"Form!"
His head jerked. Andrea's bullet took him in the back of the skull and came out just under his eyes, disintegrating his face into a mush of bone and bloody flesh. Shots rang out like firecrackers popping. They fired blindly to the front and to the back. I charged through the pines. They were packed too densely for the saber. I drew a throwing knife. Another rider dropped, cut down by Andrea's shot. A rider loomed. I jerked him out of the saddle, stabbed him in the kidney, grabbed a woman off a horse, slit her throat, and pulled another man out of the saddle. The black barrel of a .45 glared at me. I shied left. The gun barked. Heat grazed my shoulder. I stabbed him through the heart. The cart driver snapped the reins, turning the cart around. The horses neighed and plowed through the brush, skirting the crater left by the grenade. The cart hurtled back down the road, out of the blast zone and into the magic, heading away from the jeep. The remaining riders chased it. Damn it! A huge gray lion leaped out of the woods, barring the cart's path, standing almost as tall as the horses. The great mouth gaped, and a deafening roar shook the trees. The horses reared in sheer terror. The driver surged up and slumped over as a red wound from Andrea's rifle blossomed in the back of his head. The lion morphed, his fur melting, and Curran grabbed the loose reins with his human arm, calming the horses. Shapeshifters spilled from the woods, swarming the riders. "Alive!" I yelled. "We need at least one alive!" 2 men and a woman knelt on the ground, their hands on the back of their heads. Around us an empty field stretched. The blast zone lay just a few yards away, behind the tattered ribbon of the crumbling highway. The Bautas circled the captives like sharks. They wanted blood. I wanted blood. Curran reached down and picked up the larger of the men by his throat. The man dropped his hands, letting his arms hang limp by his sides. Curran brought his face up close and peered into the man's eyes. The man shivered. "Why? Why not?" the smaller of the men said. He didn't look like a monster. He looked perfectly ordinary, just like the hundreds of people on the street. Wheat-colored hair, clear blue eyes. "You killed the entire town," I said. "There are dead children lying in the street." He looked at me. His face was calm, almost serene. "We simply turned the tables. How did these dead children hurt you? Enlighten me." He raised his chin. "Before the shift, our society functioned because to gain power you had to work. Success was paved with labor. You had to use your mind and your hands to climb the ladder so you could live the American dream, work hard, earn money, live better than your parents. But now, in this new world, brains and hard work count for nothing if you have no magic. Your future is determined by pure accident of birth. If you're born with magic, you can rise to the very top with no effort. The safeguards that were meant to keep the dangerous and unbalanced from gaining power have failed. Anyone can be in charge now. They don't have to go to the right college. They don't have to learn the rules. They don't have to prove that they are good enough to be welcomed in the circles of power. All they have to do is be born with magic. Well, I have no magic. Not a drop. Why should I be disadvantaged? Why should I suffer in your world?" He smiled. "We don't want to kill anyone. All we want is a chance to have the same opportunities as everyone else, to restore order and structure to the society. Those who can't survive in our world, well,
They are regrettable casualties." The Bowders snarled in unison.
A woman walked out from behind the brush bordering the road. Her dirty dress waved about her like a grimy flag. She came toward us, wiping her nose with a dirty hand. One of the wolves detached from the pack and moved to flank her. I leaned closer. "One of your people attacked my office and tried to kill a child. My child. She had done nothing to you. Is she also a regrettable casualty?" The man nodded. "It's tragic. But look at it from my point of view. Your child will grow up and prosper, while me and my children will be forced to struggle. She is no better than me. Why should your child take my spot under the sun?" Nothing I could say would penetrate his skull, but I couldn't help myself. "That's nice. They taught you very well. But in the end, you're scum. A common thug might murder a man for money, but you murdered dozens out of selfish hope. This better life you're hoping to get for yourself will never happen, or you would be living it already, magic or not. You can't think for yourself. You want an excuse for your failure, and so you found someone to blame. If you survived, you would always be dirt, ground under someone else's boot." The man raised his face. "Say what you want. I know my cause is just. You didn't stop us. You just delayed the inevitable." He didn't do it because his religion told him to murder people. He didn't do it because he couldn't control himself. He did it out of pure, selfish greed, and he didn't feel the least bit upset by it. I'd rather take on a demonic horde any day. The woman reached us. She was past 30, maybe 35. I looked into her eyes and saw nothing. A painful, empty void. She wasn't a threat. She was a victim. The woman stopped and looked at us. "Is it them?" she asked, her voice hoarse. "Is it them who did it?" "Yes," Curran told her. She sniffed, her gaze fixed on the 3 people kneeling in the dirt. "I want to turn." Andrea stepped close to her. "They killed Lance," she said. "They killed my babies. My whole family is dead. I want to turn." Andrea put a hand on her arm. "Ma'am, you give me my turn!" The woman's voice broke into a sob. She clamped her hand on Andrea's fingers, trying to wrench them open. "I've got nothing left. You hear? Nothing! My whole life's gone. You let me at these sons of bitches, you—" Curran walked over to her. She went quiet. "If you wait," he said, "I promise you'll get your turn." She sniffed again. "Come on," Andrea told her, leading her to the side gently. "Come with me." "Where were you taking the device?" Jim asked. The smaller of the men raised his head. "We tell you nothing. We are not afraid of death." Curran glanced at the Bowders. A large spotted hyena moved forward, her strides slow and deliberate. Jezebel. She dipped her head and stared at the 3 captives with unblinking predatory focus. She would kill them. We wouldn't get much out of whoever she attacked. She needed to avenge Joey. After she was done, nothing would be left of them. I wanted to join her. I wanted to hurt them. I wanted to mince them to pieces, slice by slice, and watch them suffer. But if we didn't squeeze every drop of information out of them now, I'd have to look at more dead bodies. No. No! This ended now. They might not be afraid of death, but they were terrified of magic, of being enslaved by those who wielded it. They'd given me all the ingredients for their own personal nightmare. I looked to Curran. He raised his hand. Jezebel halted. She didn't want to, but she stopped. I turned to Jim. Which one of them is the least valuable? He glanced at the smaller man.
He probably knows the most.
I stopped before the larger man. We'll start with him, then. Anticipation of the terror was always worse. I wanted the smaller man to stew in his fear a bit. The captive stared at me.
What are you going to do to me?
You think we're abominations. I pricked my palm with the point of my throwing knife. A drop of red swelled. I squeezed my hand, letting the drop grow. Let me show you just how abominable magic can be. I thrust my hand at the larger man's forehead. My blood connected with his skin, and I whispered a single power word. Amehe! Obey. It hurt. Dear gods, it hurt. It hurt like a son of a bitch, but I didn't care. Julie in a hospital bed. Ascanio torn and broken. Joey dead. Corpses in the streets. Children in their best clothes lying in the dirt, looking at the sky with dead eyes. They would never rise again. They would never walk, never laugh, never be. The rage inside me was boiling over. The man froze. The line of magic between him and me taut with power. I'd promised myself I'd never do this again, but some promises had to be broken. Rise, I told him. He stood up. What did you do to him? The female keeper cried out, her voice squeaking. Curran was watching me, his face unreadable like a slab of stone. Rope! I gave the man a mental push. Sweat broke out on my hairline. The magic drain crushed me. It felt like I was dragging a chain with an anchor on the end of it. Slowly, he walked to the cart, untied the knots, and pulled the rope from the device. I pointed to the ringleader. Tie him! Jim grabbed the ringleader's wrists and pulled him up. The larger man looped the rope around the man's waist. There is nothing you can do to me, the ringleader said. The keeper woman watched us with open horror. I picked up the other end and showed it to the larger man. Hold! He clamped it. I glanced at the shapeshifters. He'll need help. Jezebel shed her fur and took the end of the rope. Good. The change would tire her out. She was strung out too high. She needed to burn off some of that edge. Give me room. The shapeshifters parted. The ringleader stood by himself. I took a deep breath. Ahisa! Flee. The shock of the power word nearly took me to my knees. The ringleader screamed, a sharp, high-pitched shriek full of animalistic, mind-numbing fear, and ran. On the left, one of the Baudas dashed away in panic, caught by the edge of the magic. The rope snapped taut. The man fell and clawed the dirt, kicking, trying to swim away through solid ground. His larger friend held him, a blank expression on his face. The ringleader raked the soil again and again, trying to get away, howling in hysterical frenzy. The shapeshifters watched him with stone faces. How long does it last? Curran asked. Another 15 seconds or so. Moments stretched by. Finally the man stopped digging, his screams fading to weak, hysterical sobs, echoed by the woman crying behind me. His fingers were bloody stumps, his nails torn off. I closed the distance between us and leaned over him. He looked up, slowly, his eyes brimming with echoes of panic. I bet the people of Palmetto would have screamed too, if you had given them a chance. I said softly, what do you say we do it again? I bet I can turn your hair gray before lunch. The man scrambled away from me and sprang to his feet. He managed a good sprint for about 3 yards, and then the rope jerked him down. Jezebel gripped it and pulled him back, dragging him across the ground. No! The man wailed. I'll tell you anything! Anything! Didn't take much after all. I braced myself and let out another power word.
Dare!
Release. The larger man sagged on the ground, his mind suddenly free. For a second he just sat there, a sad, abandoned expression on his face. And then he collapsed, curling into a ball, and bawled like a lost child. "They're all yours," I said to Jim, and forced myself to walk to the jeep. Every step took an effort. Someone had filled my shoes with lead while I wasn't looking. We had won. It had cost hundreds of human lives. But we had won. We had the device. We'd rout the keepers. Maybe I'd catch a break and Julie would survive.
"We're building another one!"
The man behind me yelled through the sobs. The tiny hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I turned slowly. He cringed on the ground. Curran leaned to him, his face unreadable, his voice almost casual.
"Run that by me again." "We had a man on the inside."
The man's words came out too fast, tumbling over each other.
"He copied the inventor's plans. We've been building it for weeks. We just needed a working prototype to fine-tune it. It's 3 times as big as this one."
Damn it all to hell.
"Range?"
Curran asked.
5 miles,"
the man stammered out. Enough power to wipe out everything from the city center all the way to Druid Hills. They could kill most of the city. All they needed was a strong magic wave. Curran pointed at Jim.
"Tell that man everything you know. Location, time, names, everything."
Jim grabbed the man by the throat. His lips parted in a feral grin.
"Don't keep anything to yourself." "Barabbas!" Curran roared.
The were-mongoose stepped from the pack. 100 pounds sheathed in reddish fur. Barabbas opened his mouth filled with sharp teeth and licked his fangs. The narrow horizontal pupils slit his coral-red irises in half, making him look demonic.
"I need you human,"
Curran ordered. Fur split, melting. A moment, and Barabbas stood in front of Curran, nude, his eyes still glowing with madness.
"Lord, call the conclave."
The conclave started as a quarterly meeting between the pack and the people, officiated by a neutral party, usually someone from the Mage Academy, and held at Bernard's, an upscale North Side restaurant. It gave the pack and the people a chance to resolve problems before things spiraled out of hand. The last 2 times, representatives of other factions had attended to resolve their own issues. I had attended only one so far, because the meeting over the Christmas holiday had been canceled by mutual agreement.
"Should I schedule it at Bernard's?"
Barabbas asked.
"No, there."
Curran pointed to a lonely western sizzling steakhouse sitting on a low hill. The building was all glass and stone. The tall windows overlooked the town. To get to the place, the leaders of the factions would have to ride through the graveyard that was Palmetto.
"When?" "4. Sunset is at 6. I want them to see the town. Invite the mages, the druids, the witches, the guild, the natives, Norse heritage. Invite everyone."
"Except the Order," I added. "The Keepers may have infiltrated it."
Curran nodded. "And if the cops restrict access to the area?"
Barabbas asked. Gold rolled over Curran's eyes.
"Buy the place. They can't restrict access to our own land. Go!"
Barabbas took off running. "The Wolves have the inventor," I said. "We need access. I need to make some phone calls."
"I'll take you," Curran said.
We walked to the car. I was so tired I could barely move. "Curran?"
"Yes?"
Today was apparently the day for finding out what mating with me really meant. I nodded at the men. "One of them has my blood on his forehead. The blood must be destroyed, or it can give me away if someone scans it. Curran gave me a look usually reserved for the mentally challenged.
Someone would have to find the bodies first.
Behind him, the sounds of enraged Bowders tore through the silence, followed by a cacophony of screams. In that case, cut off his head, I said. Curran gave me a look like I was stupid. My father made the damn vampires. I don't know what my blood will do to a dead body. Cut off the guy's head before you bury him.
Should I stuff his mouth with garlic?
Curran!
Fine, he said. I'll take care of it.
I got into the car and slumped against the seat. The fatigue mugged me. I was hanging by a thread, and I clawed onto it, desperately trying to stay awake. I had paced myself, but 3 power words in a row equaled a lot of magic spent far too quickly. The screams went on, and I was too weak to get my slice of the revenge pie. I just sat there and listened to them shriek. Finally, the howls died down. Curran approached the car and got into the driver's seat.
It's done.
The woman in the dirty dress stumbled into our field of vision. Her hands were bloody. She swayed, wiped the red dripping off her fingers on her dress, forced her way through the old, dried weeds onto the road, and kept going back toward the town.
She had her turn, Curran said.
Chapter 19. Curran drove back. I sat in the passenger seat watching the brush roll by. Andrea and Jim had taken a different vehicle. He wanted to ask her some questions about the keepers. The Magic had crashed shortly after we finished burying the bodies, and the steady hum of the gasoline engine set my teeth on edge. There was something mind-numbing about it. It conjured images of streets strewn with bodies. We had no idea where the second device would be activated. They could snuff out the entire keep from 4 miles away. We'd never know what had hit us. We stopped at a store on the way, and I made 4 phone calls. One to Roman, to inform him that unless the Volves delivered Adam Kamen by 3 o'clock to the Western Sizzlin', I would crucify them at the conclave. I wanted a shot at Kamen before the rest of Atlanta took it. The second call was to Yevdokia, to let her know what I was doing about the Volves, and that if she wanted to come and sit in on it, I wouldn't mind. Next, I called the Keep to speak to Doolittle. The news was the same, no change. I thanked him and told him to send Derek with the Volves staff to the Western Sizzlin'. The fourth call was to Renee. She didn't like what I had to say, and when she found out that the whole thing would be blown wide open at the conclave, she liked it even less. When I hired you, I expected discretion. The phone clicked, and small noises muffled the sound. She'd put me on speaker. When you hired me, I expected honesty. You told me you had no idea what Kamen's device did, but he had tested the prototype in the forest. You told me he had had no visitors, when one of the investors came to see him on multiple occasions. There was a small pause, and then Renee's voice said, "What is she talking about?" Henderson's baritone answered,
"Sorry, Captain."
"Sorry, Sergeant?"
"It was above your pay grade. The orders came from above."
Renee's clipped voice snapped like a whip. "This conversation isn't finished." Then she spoke into the phone again. "Kate, you have 2 choices. Either you come to the conclave and help, and we gloss over the fact that you've been guarding the creator of the doomsday device that's about to murder everyone in the city limits, and then lost him, or you don't show up, and I will tell it like it is. That's right, I'll throw your ass right under the bus. Watch me." "We'll be there," Renee ground out and hung up. Now we were back on the road, going toward the steakhouse, and I was fighting the phantom images of dead Julie flooding my mind. Curran reached into the glove compartment and pulled out a roll of worn-out bills. He peeled $1 from it and held it out to me. "What for?"
$1 for your thoughts."
"The usual price is a penny, not $1. Had I known how bad you were with money, I would have reconsidered this whole mating thing."
"I didn't want to go through all the haggling."
He held the $1 in front of me.
"Look, here is a nice $1. Tell me what's brewing in your head."
I snatched the $1 out of his fingers. It was old. The ink had faded so much I could barely make it out.
"You took the money. Pay up."
All those people meant nothing to them. The keepers killed a whole town for this bullshit promise of a better tomorrow. In a world without magic, only the deserving rise to the top? Really? Did they not read history books at all?
"They're fanatics," Curran said. "It's like expecting humanity from a fallen rock. It's not going to have a fit of compassion and not crack your skull open."
I can wrap my head around demons or rakshasas hating anything human, but the keepers are people. A thug robs someone for money. A psychopath murders because he can't help himself. They are perpetrating mass murder for no real immediate gain. I stared at him helplessly. How can you do this to your neighbors? They would have to murder millions of people, and for what? It's inhuman.
"No, it's human,"
Curran said.
"That's the problem. People, especially unhappy people, want a cause. They want something to belong to be a part of something great and bigger, and to be led. It's easy to be a cog in a machine. You don't have to think. You have no responsibility. You're just following orders, doing as you're told."
I can't hate people that much. Don't get me wrong, I want to murder every last keeper I can find. But that's not hate. That's vengeance. Curran leaned over and squeezed my hand.
"We'll find them."
We drove in silence.
"Why do you hold back?"
he asked. I glanced at him.
"You never let go," he said. "You can do all this magic, but you never use it."
Why don't you murder every man that annoys you and rape every woman you find attractive? You can. You're powerful enough. His face hardened.
"First, it's wrong. It's the complete opposite of everything I stand for. The worst thing that ever happened to me happened because someone did exactly what you've described. The Loops murdered my father, took my mother and my sister from me, ripped apart my family and my home. Why would I ever permit myself to become that? I believe in self-discipline and order, and I expect it from others just as I expect it from myself. Second, if I randomly murdered and violated people according to my whims, who the hell would follow me?
My father murdered my mother. She was no prize, but this doesn't change things. Roland wanted to kill me. Because of him, my mother brainwashed Voron. Because of him, I had no childhood and became this.
This what?
A trained killer. I like to fight, Curran. I need it. It's a function of my existence, like breathing or sleeping. I am seriously fucked up. Every time I use Roland's magic, I take a step closer to being him. Why would I ever permit myself to become that?
It's not the same, Curran said. Loopism is loss of control. Practicing magic is honing your skills.
Taking over someone's mind makes me feel like I'm swimming through a sewer. As I recall, the last time I did it, some overbearing alpha insisted on cramming the consequences of doing it down my throat.
Chew on that, why don't you? I gave you a protector.
I shook my head. I don't want to do it again Unless I have to. Besides, it's a limited magic. I can make the person perform basic physical tasks, but I can't force him to tell me what he knows. If I can't picture it, I can't make him do it.
Does it get easier if you do it more often?
Yes. Saying a power word used to knock me out. Now it just hurts like hell. I can manage 2 or 3 in a row now, depending on how much magic I sink into them. I leaned back against my seat. I know what you're driving at. Magic is just like anything else. You get better with practice. I closed my eyes. A vision of my aunt, dead on the bloody snow, flashed before me. Before Era died, she spoke to me. She said, "Live long enough to see everyone you love die. Suffer like me."
"Why are you letting the dead woman fuck with your head?"
he asked. "Because I don't think I will ever become Roland. It's not in the cards, but give me enough time and I could turn into Era. Fighting her was almost like fighting myself.
And every time I turn into an animal, I have a small chance of forgetting that I'm human. Every time I heal or exert myself, I have a chance of turning loop."
What was this? I'll show you my scars if you show me yours. If he wanted to play the weird powers game, I'd beat his ass. I can pilot vampires. Curran glanced at me.
"Since when?"
"Since I was about 5.
"How many at a time?"
Do you remember the woman we killed when we hunted the Upir? Olathe? Remember the horde of vampires on the ceiling?" He stared at me. "I was holding them in place," I told him.
"There were at least 50 undead on that ceiling,"
Curran said. "I didn't say it didn't hurt. I couldn't do much with them. With that many, you have to mold them into a whole, like a swarm." I checked his face. "Are you freaked out yet, baby?"
"So you could kill a vampire with your mind?"
"Possibly. The easier thing would be to just have it bash its head against a rock. I've had almost no practice, so I have no skill or finesse, but a crapload of power. If you ever have a war with the people, Gastek will be in for a surprise." Curran frowned.
"Why no practice?"
"Playing in an undead's head leaves your mind's footprint in it. Someone like Gastek could take it from the dead vamp, assuming it's fresh, and pull my image right out of its head. Then I would have to answer interesting questions. The fewer questions, the better."
"Any other surprises?"
Curran said. "I can eat apples of immortality. My magic is too old to be affected by them, so it's just like eating a regular Granny Smith. You can, too. I made you an apple pie with them once."
"Aha! Okay. The next time you decide to put magic apples into my pie, I want to be notified of that before I eat it."
"You liked it."
"I'm serious, Kate."
"As you wish, Your Majesty." We fell silent. "The blast zone turned the shapeshifters in warrior form human," I said. Curran nodded.
"It takes magic to maintain the warrior form."
"What if we brought Julie into it? The virus would disappear. She would be okay, right?" Curran's face slid into his beast-lord expression.
"Bad idea."
"Why?"
"Carlos was able to shift after he came out of the zone, which means it doesn't destroy the virus. It just negates its effects. The moment Julie stepped foot out of the zone, it would hit her all at once. That's a guarantee of instant loopism. Besides, do you remember the way Julie looked when we brought her in?"
My memory served up a twisted wreck of a body, a mix of fur, skin, exposed muscle and bare bone, and a grotesque face. "I remember," I said through clenched teeth.
"She is alive only because Like V holds her together. A regular human body can't sustain that much damage. You move her into the zone. all her regeneration will vanish. She will die quickly and in a lot of pain.
I stared out the window.
I'm sorry,
Curran said. She isn't going to beat it, is she? Curran exhaled slowly.
Do you want me to lie to you?
No.
There is a way to calculate the probability of loopism,
Curran said.
It's called the Lykos number. An average shapeshifter has 10 units of virus per blood sample. I don't know exactly how the units are determined, but Doolittle can explain it to you. The unit level fluctuates as the levels of virus rise and fall in a shapeshifter's body. An agitated shapeshifter might show 12 units. A shapeshifter in a fight post-injury might show as much as 17 or 18. The number isn't the same for everyone. For instance, Dolly shows 16 units at rest and 22 when agitated. Her regeneration is really high.
I filed it for future reference.
Next, we have shift coefficient. A loop can't maintain a human form or an animal form.
Curran continued.
They can't fully shift. This is where it gets complicated. A normal shapeshifter in either animal or human form is considered to have a shift coefficient of 1. As the shapeshifter begins to change shape, the coefficient changes. Suppose you're going from human to animal. You turn 20% of your body animal, while the rest remains human. Your shift coefficient is 2. 30%, 3, and so on, until 9. When you turn 100%, you go back to 1. With me?
Yes.
The Lykos number is determined by multiplying shift coefficient by the units of virus by the time it takes you to shift completely. Let's take Dolly. She can completely shift in less than 3 seconds. Her Lykos number is 1 multiplied by 16 multiplied by 0.05 minutes. 0.8. Anything under 270 is safe. Over 1,000 is a guarantee of loopism. Dolly isn't going loop anytime soon.
What's Julie's number? Curran glanced at me.
Julie's fluctuating between 32 and 34 units. Her shift coefficient is 6.5, and she's been at it for 16 hours.
Dear God, I'd need a damn calculator.
12,480,
Curran said.
We stop counting after an hour if there is no significant change.
12 times the loopism limit. My mind struggled to comprehend it. I knew what he was saying. It was right there. I just couldn't force myself to believe it. The realization hit me like a punch. When did you know? His voice was hoarse.
Once Doolittle pulled her unit number, it took us 45 minutes to get to the keep. She had begun the transformation at least 15 minutes prior. I knew that unless she shifted within the first hour, her chances were cut by 3/4, unless her unit number was below 20.
My heart hammered, as if I were running full speed. I've heard of first transformations taking hours. He nodded.
That happens when the unit number is low. Not enough virus entered the body during infection, or something is inhibiting it. So you might get somebody with 5 units in his blood, sitting at 20% of the shift for an hour. 5 by 2 by 60 is only 600. Then the virus blooms, and he shifts. I was grasping at straws. What about Andrea? During the flare, she was in a partial shift for at least a couple of hours. Andrea had an object in her body that interfered with her shift. Once they pulled it out, it took her half an hour to rebuild the virus and change shape. Damn it! Then why bother with sedation at all? Doolittle must have done it for a reason. He must have had some glimmer of hope.
Curran reached over and covered my hand with his.
It's not for her. It's for you. Doolittle is using all of his skill to keep her alive and comfortable. He's giving you time to come to terms with it.
I stared at the road through the windshield. They were waiting until I gave up and agreed to put my kid out of her misery. Curran kept talking.
I brought her in wrapped up so nobody except the two of us, Doolittle and Derek, know how bad she is. The kid won't say anything.
His hands gripped the wheel, his knuckles white. His face was calm, his voice completely flat and measured, almost soothing. He must have expected me to fall apart because he had locked his emotions inside, asserting absolute control over himself.
Julie isn't in pain. She's sleeping. You can take your time. I know how much she means to you. You care for her. Sometimes it can be very hard. If it's too hard, I'm here. I will help her if you need me.
Please stop the car. He pulled over. The outskirts of Atlanta had long ago succumbed to the magic's onslaught. Ruins surrounded the road on both sides. The long stretch of highway lay deserted. I stepped out of the car and marched out into the crumbling wreck of some old building, singed from the inside, its walls black and draped with dead kudzu. I didn't know where I was going. I just had to be on my feet. So I paced back and forth, one wall to the other. Curran followed me inside and halted at the gap in the wall. He didn't say anything. Nothing needed to be said. I paced. There had to be something, some way. Death was forever, but Julie was still alive. I keep thinking that if I had made it in 20 minutes earlier, none of this would have happened. I wish I could... I clenched my fists.
Kill Leslie again?
I looked at him and saw my own rage mirrored in his eyes. He'd wanted to rip Leslie apart. He'd pictured it in his head more than once. She had become the keepers in his head and in mine. I spun on my foot, making a turn at the wall. Leslie could have bitten me until the cows came home. I'd get a light fever, and that would be the end. A light went on in my brain. I stopped. My blood ate like V for breakfast and chomped vampirism for dessert. Curran was right. Julie was hanging on by a thread. A direct transfusion of my blood would kill her.
What?
Curran asked. But my blood could kill like V. It could be done because Roland had done it before. I racked my brain. I knew the general gist of the story, but my memory didn't store any specifics. I needed to know exactly what Roland had done. Where had I read about it? No, wait, I didn't read it. I heard it. If I closed my eyes, I could recall a woman's measured voice reciting the words. Elijah. That's right, the Chronicles of Elijah the Unbeliever. The Chronicles couldn't be written down. They had to be recited from memory. Who in the city would know them? Who? The rabbis. The temple was my best bet. I stepped to Curran. Can you take me to the temple? He raised his hand and showed me the car keys. Curran drove up the street to the temple. To the right, remnants of houses, little more than gutted wrecks of bricks and stone, thrust from the street. Behind them, Unicorn Lane raged, like a wound in the body of Atlanta, bleeding raw magic even in the middle of a tech wave. Hideous things hunted there among decaying skyscrapers, feral and hungry, twisted by the very magic that sustained them, poisoned by the sewage, and eating tainted prey. The unicorn lapped at the half-shattered walls, leaving long yellow hairs of the lane moss in its wake. They glistened on the exposed metal framework of the magic-ravaged houses, feeding on iron and oozing corrosive slime, heralding the advance of the unicorn. The temple sat at the very end of the street, running right next to the Unicorn, and the rabbis had warded it to allow safe access to the synagogue. Lamp posts guarded the street, each decorated with mezuzot, small pewter cases engraved with the letter Shin. Each mezuzah contained a parchment inscribed with holy verses from the Torah. The city council had been trying to contain Unicorn Lane for decades. It kept growing, expanding like a cancer despite everything the city had thrown at it. Yet, here, the rabbis quietly held it back without any fanfare or napalm.
"Who is this Elijah?"
Curran asked. He was a small-time bricklayer down in Florida. He was kind of a jack-of-all-trades, so he did whatever came his way, fixed cars, performed small repairs, but mostly built houses. Something must have happened to him because he had a wife and a son at some point and was doing enough business to pay the bills. And then suddenly he just started drinking. And not just drinking. He drank himself into a stupor. Eventually his wife left him.
"Great story,"
Curran said.
"It gets better."
Every weekend, Elijah would take his paycheck, go down to the local pub, and do his best to drink himself to death. When he got drunk enough, he started raving. Sometimes he'd be spitting chunks of the Bible, word for word. Sometimes he told these weird fables. Sometimes it wasn't even English. People pretty much dismissed him as a complete lunatic. One night, a rabbi happened to be in a pub. He heard Elijah carry on and realized that he was listening to a section from Sefer HaChabad. It's a 12th century text written by Eliezer of Worms, one of the most important Hebrew Kabbalists. Elijah was functionally illiterate. He could barely write his own name. Curran nodded.
"It's like a kid in kindergarten suddenly spouting the Iliad in ancient Greek."
Pretty much. So the rabbi stayed in town for a week and paid Elijah to ramble on while he recorded him. At the end of the week, Elijah finished his last tirade and died.
"From what?"
"Organ failure. He stopped breathing. There are about 18 hours of tapes. Some of it was pure nonsense, and some of it was prophetic. In the recordings, there are about 2 hours of fables. Every fable is about Roland." Curran glanced at me.
"Seriously?"
"Yeah."
"Why don't you own a copy of this book?"
"That's the best part of the story. You can't transcribe the tapes. Every time you do, the next magic wave wipes them out. People have tried to write them down and put them in lead boxes even. Doesn't work. Magic hits, the words disappear. Even copying the tapes doesn't work every time. The temple is the largest synagogue in the southeast. If they don't have a copy of the tapes, someone there must have heard them played." Curran peered through the windshield.
"What the hell is that?"
I glanced straight ahead. A massive clay golem blocked the road. The top half of the golem was sculpted into a muscular human body, topped by the face of a male with a long beard. The bottom half was an enormous ram, complete with 4 hoofed feet and a tail. The golem brandished a tall metal spear. It looked frozen in mid-step. The left foot raised off the ground, the spear swinging as if the golem had been making a turn. "It's one of the temple's guards. Please don't knock it over. I'm on thin ice with the temple as it is." Curran braked. The vehicle rolled to a slow stop. The golem didn't move. The magic was down. Without it, the temple protector was just a clay statue. Curran shrugged.
"I guess from here we go on foot."
The temple sat at the very end of the road, a solid red brick structure with a white colonnade, flanked by some utility buildings, and a wall decorated with enough names of angels and magic symbols to make you dizzy. We crossed the yard and walked up the white stair to the reception area. The woman behind the receptionist's desk saw me and paled. The mirror behind her offered me our reflection. We were both smeared with blood and dirt. A big red stain marked Curran's sweatshirt over his chest. He had taken a bullet just under the clavicle. Like V would heal the damage, but I'd had to pull the bullet out, and the wound had bled after he put the sweatshirt on. My pale green turtleneck was splattered with something that looked suspiciously like someone's brains, and a big print of a bloody hand marked my stomach, where someone's fingers had clearly dragged over the fabric.
"The Beast Lord and Consort to see Rabbi Peter," Curran said.
The woman blinked a couple of times. "Will you wait?"
"Sure."
Curran and I sat in the chairs. The receptionist spoke in a hushed voice into the phone and hung up. Curran leaned to me.
"You think she's calling the cops?"
"I would."
"Just letting you know. I'm not in the mood to be arrested, and if they try it, they won't like it."
"Why me?" I picked up a copy of a cookbook from the side table and flipped through it. Chocolate rugelach. Chocolate, sugar, almonds. Curran might like those. "We sell those," the receptionist said, her voice hesitant. "They are recipes from the congregation. Would you like to buy a copy?" I looked at Curran. "Do you have any money?" He reached into his pocket and pulled out a roll of cash. "How much are those?" $10. Curran flipped through the bills. I leaned to him and whispered,
"What are you doing? Looking for one that's not blood-stained. Here."
He pulled a $10 bill out. I offered it to the receptionist. She took the money carefully as if it were hot and gave me a small smile. "Thank you." "Thank you for the book." Curran glanced toward the hallway. Someone was coming. A moment later I heard it too, a quick patter of feet. Rabbi Peter emerged into the lobby. Tall and thin, with a receding hairline, a short, neatly trimmed beard, and wearing large glasses, Rabbi Peter should have looked like a college professor. But there was something in his eyes. They brimmed with curiosity and excitement, and instead of an aging academic, Rabbi Peter resembled an eager young student. He saw us and paused. We stood up. Rabbi Peter cleared his throat.
Welcome. Welcome, of course. What can I do for, you, Kate, and, I'm sorry. I don't know how I am supposed to address you."
Curran's eyes sparked. If he told the rabbi to call him Your Majesty, we could kiss cooperation with the temple goodbye. Curran opened his mouth. I elbowed him in the side.
"Curran," he said, exhaling. "Curran will do."
"Wonderful." The rabbi offered him his hand. Curran shook it, and then I did. "So, what may I do for you?" "Are you familiar with Elijah the Unbeliever?" I asked.
"Well, of course. Here, why don't we go into my office? We'll be much more comfortable there."
We followed the rabbi down the hallway. Curran rubbed his side and gave me an evil look. I mouthed, "Behave," at him. He rolled his eyes. The rabbi led us into an office. Bookshelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, bordering the single large window so tightly that it looked cut out of the thickness of books.
"Please, sit down."
The rabbi took a seat behind his desk. We landed in the two available chairs.
"Would you like anything? Tea, water?"
"No, thank you," I said.
"Coffee, black if you've got it," Curran said.
"Ah,
I can do that."
The rabbi rose and took out 2 cups and a thermos from a cabinet. He unscrewed the cap, poured black brew into the cups, and offered one to Curran.
"Thanks."
Curran drank it.
"Good coffee."
"You're welcome. So, Elijah the Unbeliever, which particular part are you interested in, or
Is it the whole thing?
We need a certain fable, I told him. The Man on the Mountain and the Wolf.
Ah, yes. A very philosophical piece. In essence, the man on the mountain encounters a wolf who wants to be rid of his savagery. The man turns him into a dog through the sharing of his blood. There are several interpretations. We believe that when God created Adam and Eve, he made them using his own essence. This essence, neshama, meaning breath, is what separates humans from animals. In the fable, the wolf is feral. He lacks a soul, and thus he is consumed with rage. The man shares his blood with the wolf, forging a constant connection between them, just as God breathes a soul into each man and a woman. Since our soul gives us our conscience and takes us beyond the animal instincts, the wolf becomes a dog who will forever follow his master.
Peter slid his glasses up his nose.
There is a second interpretation, based on the teaching of Maimonides, who believed in the necessity of balance. According to Maimonides, one should always walk the king's road, staying away from the extremes, neither surrendering completely to one's emotions nor rejecting them entirely. The wolf, being enraged, walks the extreme path, and to return to the king's road he ties himself to the man, becoming a dog. The dog still retains his primal savagery, but his rage is now tamed, so he achieves his balance. Were you looking for a particular interpretation?
We were looking for the exact wording. Do you happen to have a copy of the recording here in the temple?
Unfortunately, we do not.
Damn it. Rabbi Peter smiled.
But I happen to have studied the tapes extensively. Elijah is my area of study. I've committed the tapes to memory, so if you have a few minutes, I can recite the fable for you, if you like.
Yes, thank you, Universe.
I'd be in your debt. Very well.
The rabbi reached into the desk and produced 3 white candles. He struck a match, lit the first candle, and used it to light 2 others.
Why the candles?
Curran asked.
It is tradition when reciting Elijah's words. In one of the recordings, Elijah states that a candle is synonymous with one's wisdom. If you use one candle to light another, your light is now twice as bright. Just so, when a teacher shares his wisdom with a student, both minds are enlightened. Since I am about to share Elijah's words with you, I shall light 2 new candles, and our light shall be 3 times as bright.
The rabbi arranged the candles in the corner of the desk.
Now then, fable number 3. There once was a man of wisdom who lived upon a mountain. One day a rabid wolf blocked his path. The wolf was suffering, for he was full of rage, and it drove him to murder and violence. The wolf begged the man to take away his rage at any price. The man denied him, for it was too dangerous and could cost both of them their lives. The next day the wolf returned and begged the man once more to take away his rage. The man denied him again, for rage was in the wolf's nature. Without it, the wolf would no longer be a wolf. On the 3rd day, the wolf returned once more and refused to leave. He followed the man, begging and crying, until the man took pity on him. He agreed to free the wolf of his bloodlust, but in turn, the wolf would have to promise to serve the man till the end of all time. On the 4th day, the man and wolf climbed to the top of the mountain. The man chained the wolf to a rock with chains of silver and iron. Then the man cut open his arm and let his blood run free while a rain of needles fell upon the mountain. Seeing the blood,
The wolf had become mad with rage and struggled to break his chains, but they held him fast. The man sliced the wolf's throat and pulled the living blood from the wolf's body into his hand. As the wolf lay dying, the man mixed his own blood with the fiery core of the wolf's soul. Then the man thrust the mingled blood back into the wound, spoke the words that bound the wolf to obey him forever, and fell to the ground, weakened. The man's blood purged the rage from the wolf. He sat by his master, guarding him while he rested, and when the man awoke, he found that the wolf had become a dog. That's the end of the fable. The rabbi sipped his coffee. The fable's philosophical value can't be denied. However, in recent years, some scholars, myself included, have speculated that the fable is based on actual events. A large percentage of Elijah's teachings, first taken as allegories, proved to be fact. The fable has all the characteristics of such a teaching. It offers specific, if somewhat cryptic, details: the rain of needles, the mixing of the blood, the chains of silver and iron, where fables conceived as fiction typically speak in general terms. But, of course, daring radicals, such as myself, have to resign ourselves to scorn from our colleagues. He smiled. My aunt made flesh golems by pulling the blood out of her victims, infusing it with her magic, and somehow inserting the mixture into new flesh, creating monstrously powerful automatons completely under her control. Roland had done almost the same thing. He had pulled the blood out of the shapeshifter's body, seared it with his magic, and put it back. And somehow both he and the shapeshifter had survived. I didn't even know where to start. Roland had a hell of a lot more power than I did, and it wiped him out, which meant I'd need a power boost. Just like the Volv who teleported Adam out of his workshop, I would not resort to sacrifice. Even for Julie, it was out of the question. "Was it something I said?" Rabbi Peter murmured. "You looked shocked." "No," Curran said. "Everything is fine. Thank you for your assistance." I forced the words out of my mouth. "We appreciate it." The rabbi took off his glasses, cleaned the lenses with a soft cloth, and put them back on his nose. "Since I have shared my knowledge with you, perhaps you'd share yours with me? Why do you need the fable?" I rose. "I'm sorry. I can't tell you that. But I could tell you the name of the wolf." Rabbi Peter rose from his chair. "This is beyond intriguing. Yes, I would be most interested in learning the name." "He is called Arez. The Sumerians knew him as Enkidu. He was the first preceptor of the Order of Iron Dogs, and he conquered most of Africa and a third of Eurasia for his master. He lived for 400 years, and would have conquered more, but the ancient Greeks began praying to him, and their prayers turned him into their god of war. Does that help?" The rabbi nodded slowly. "Thank you for your help." Curran and I headed for the door. "What about his master?" the rabbi asked. "That's a conversation for another time," I told him. "I look forward to it," the rabbi called out as we stepped out into the hallway. "Enjoy the cookbook." Chapter 20. No! Curran strode to the car, heading down the street away from the temple. "No what?" I knew what, but I wanted him to spell it out. That way I could shut him down better. "I know what you're thinking, and the answer is no. You're not pulling that stunt." "It's not up to you." He spun around.
Roland did it during full magic. He passed out. The magic is weak, and you're not him. What the hell do you think it will do to you?
I thought about that. I'd need a power boost. My own mini-flare.
Uh-huh.
The device contains concentrated magic. When you open it...
When you open it, it fucking explodes, Kate. It will be like standing in the middle of an atomic blast.
She's dying. Curran treated me to a full-blown alpha stare. His eyes glowed with primal power, like looking into the eyes of a hungry beast emerging from the darkness. My muscles locked. I held his gaze.
No,
he said, pronouncing the word slowly. You can't tell me what to do. Curran roared. The blast of the noise erupting from his mouth was like thunder. I clenched up, fighting the urge to step back.
Yes, I can, he snarled. Listen, this is me telling you what you will not do.
I raised the cookbook and tapped him on the nose. Bad cat. He jerked the book out of my hands, ripped it in half, flipped the two halves, ripped them again, and raised his hand. The pieces of the cookbook fluttered to the ground.
No!
Fine. I turned and walked away to the ruined houses. Behind me, Curran's foot scraped over the ground. He leaped over me and landed in my path. He looked completely feral. I halted. Move.
No!
I kicked him in the head. The pressure of the past 48 hours rampaged inside me like a storm, and I'd sunk all of it into the kick. The impact hit his jaw at an angle. Curran staggered back. I spun and snapped another kick. He dodged. Another. Curran moved forward and right. My kick missed by a hair. He grabbed my shin with his left hand, clamping it between his arm and his side, and swept my other leg from under me. Nice! A kung fu takedown. I fell back. The pavement slapped my back. I rolled back up and hammered an uppercut to his chin. Hitting him in the body was useless. Might as well pummel a tank. The head was my only chance. Curran snarled. Blood dripped from a cut on his cheek. I'd opened a gash with my kick. I threw a left hook. He knocked my arm out of the way and shoved me back. I twisted out of the way on pure instinct. Damn it, he was fast. Dropped into a crouch and swiped his legs from under him. He jumped up, avoiding the kick, and I took a knee to the head. Ow! The world shattered into tiny, painful sparks. I tasted blood. My nose was dripping. I rolled back, coming to my feet, blocked his punch, and jammed my knuckles into his throat, interrupting his growl in mid-note. Felt that, did you, baby? Curran charged. His hand locked on my shoulders. He swept me off my feet and slammed me into the wall, back to the bricks, pinning me. His teeth snapped a hair from my cheek. I kneed him. He blocked and clamped me in place. "Done?" he breathed out. Are you done?" "Baby, I haven't even started." "Oh, good. Go ahead so I can finish it." And how exactly was I going to do that? Curran pushed me harder, grinding me into the wall. "I'm waiting. Show me what you've got." "Let go, and I will." "Yeah?" "Yeah." "Promise me you won't do this thing, and I'll let go." I just stared at him. Curran spun away, took 2 steps, and punched the wall. "Damn it!" The wall disintegrated in an explosion of bricks. I pulled a piece of gauze from my pocket and wiped the blood from my nose. There wasn't much. Occupational hazard of picking a fight with a man who killed gods for a living. Curran let out a ragged snarl and punched the other wall. It burst, and the entire wreck of the house came down in a fountain of dust. He shook his hand, his knuckles bloody. "Bricks are hard," I told him patiently, as if to a child. "Don't hit bricks." "No, no." Curran picked up a brick and snapped it in half. Idiot. "Oh, you're so strong, Your Majesty." Curran hurled the chunks of the brick. They cleared the ruins and vanished into the unicorn. "If Derek were in trouble, you'd risk your life in a heartbeat." He turned to me.
"Risk? Yes. I wouldn't slit my own throat for him. I like Julie. She is a great kid, but I love you. I forbid you to do this."
That's not the way this mating works. You don't get to order me to do things, and I don't get to tell you what to do. That's the only way we can survive, Curran." He swallowed.
"Fine. Then I will ask. Please don't do this. Please. That's as much as I can bend, Kate."
"Do you remember when I told you that you couldn't fight Era? That it was stupid and reckless, because she would drive you insane?" Curran's face snapped into his flat Beast Lord mask. "I begged you not to go." "Begged?" I closed the distance between us. "You told me that you don't get to cherry-pick your battles. And you came anyway.
And we won.
And you were in a coma for 2 weeks. Give me another brick so I can beat you over the head with it. I told you her magic would screw you up. Did you listen?" "No." "Would you do it again?"
"Of course I would," he snarled. "She kicked your ass twice. I wasn't going to let you walk in there alone. She was a challenge, and it was my job."
"And my job is to keep Julie safe. Opening the device alone won't be enough. I'll need someone to channel the magic into me. I'm going to ask the witches for help. I promise you that if Yevdokia says no, I will let it go." Curran stared at me, his eyes furious molten gold. "I'm not going to run off, lop the top off the device, and slice Julie's throat. I might as well just murder her in that case. I'll have to speak with Doolittle about my blood. I'll have to arrange things with the witches. I'll have to talk to Cayman and see if the device can even be opened without triggering a giant explosion. I give you my word that if things look hopeless at any point, I will stop. Meet me halfway. That's all I'm asking." His face was grim. "You have to let me at least try. I can't just sit on my hands and do nothing."
"If I keep you from doing this, you will leave me," he said.
I didn't say that. Giving an ultimatum to Curran was like waving a red cloak in front of a mad bull.
"You will. Maybe not right this second, but eventually you'll walk away."
Curran took a long, deep breath.
"I sit in on every meeting."
I had won.
"As long as you're honest with me about your chances, I'll support you, Kate. If you lie, it's over."
I crossed my arms. "You expect me to lie?"
"I don't. I'm just getting it out there so there are no surprises."
We stared at each other.
"Are we cool?" he asked.
"I don't know. You tell—" He pulled me over to him and kissed me. It was a hell of a kiss. We broke apart.
"You talk too much,"
he said.
"Whatever your fluffiness."
I slid close to him so his arm was around my shoulder. I felt better. He did, too. His posture lost some of the tension. We walked to the car and kept walking.
"Where are we going?" "To the temple," Curran said. "I owe you another cookbook."
In the 3 hours we had been gone, the steakhouse had been transformed into the PAX field headquarters. Groups of shapeshifters patrolled the road and guarded the building. Knowing Jim, sentries lay in wait, hidden and watching for an enemy's approach. People were crawling on the roof, installing a ballista and machine guns. The parking lot lay empty, but the field behind the building was filled with cars, spaced about 10 feet apart. If the keepers launched a rocket into our parking lot, not every vehicle would go up in flames. I hoped they tried something. My hands itched for my sword. Curran parked in the front. Jackson, one of the guards, ran out and Curran tossed him the keys. Jim met us at the door. Behind him, Derek emerged. He looked like death. Pale, his eyes bleak. Shit. I stopped. Curran's hand brushed mine, and then he went off with Jim. Derek came to a stop in front of me. "Is she dead?" I asked.
"No, she's sleeping,"
I exhaled. "You almost gave me a heart attack.
If I hadn't—"
"Please don't flatter yourself. We both know the kid needed about 5 years of hard training before he could have taken her on. Your little beating made absolutely no difference."
There is no change."
"That's good news," I told him. "Any change now will be for the worse. I need to have her stable until I can get my ducks in a row." He glanced at me.
"Kate, you can't help her."
"I can try. Are you going to help me, or will you just stand there and mope?" His head snapped up. "Much better. Are the witches here?"
"Yes. The Russians are here, too, and they're pissed."
"Oh, good. Where are they?"
"In the back of the main room."
"Find Barabbas. Tell him I need him to attend. And when Curran is done with Jim, tell him that I'm holding the meeting until he can join us. I wouldn't want his arrogance to miss anything. And fetch the staff, please." Derek took off. I strode inside the steakhouse. Grigori was tall and thin. His plain black robe hung on his shoulders like wet laundry on a coat hanger. Chernobog's Volv's long black hair, shot through with gray, framed a severe face with hazel eyes under thick eyebrows and a hooked nose that made him look like a bird of prey. You half expected him to clench his talons, let out an eagle shriek, and tear you to pieces. A black raven perched on Grigori's shoulder. Behind Grigori's chair, Roman waited, looking about as happy as the groom at a shotgun wedding. The man in the chair next to Grigori was even older. He wore a plain white robe that came to his knees. Pale blue embroidery, faded to almost gray, ran in a 3-inch strip straight down the front of the robe. Belobog's Volv. Had to be. Belobog was Chernobog's brother. They were diametrically opposed. Benevolent god to malevolent one. A furry creature lay at the white Volv's feet. It looked like a medium-sized dog with gray fur. A pair of large feathery wings lay folded along its back, stretching on the floor behind it. A celestial wolf. Holy crap. Across the table, Yevdokia smiled serenely, knitting something blue. Her duck-bunny kitten rolled around on the floor playing with the yarn. The celestial wolf watched it with a slightly hungry look on its face. Behind Yevdokia, 2 witches waited, both young, pretty, and looking like they wouldn't back down from a fight. Same dark hair, same small, neat mouths, same large eyes. Probably sisters. The witch on the left wore a long, hooded robe of gray fabric. Her friend chose jeans and a sweater instead. She pulled the sweater sleeves up to the elbow, exposing bright turquoise tattoos of mystic symbols sheathing her arms. I came to the table, pulled up a chair, and sat. Everyone brought a pet. I feel left out. An enthusiastic howl broke the silence, and Grendel bounded through the doorway. He galloped through the steakhouse, skidded on the floor, smashed into my chair, and dropped a dead rat on my lap. Awesome. The Volvs stared. Thank you. I put the rat on the floor and petted Grendel's throat. We will begin shortly.
What is that? Grigori stared at the dog.
a shaved poodle. Technically, he was now a closely cropped poodle, but who cared about semantics?
This is ridiculous.
Grigori leaned back. His voice was clipped and had no accent. Have you looked through the window? I asked him. The steakhouse was set on the apex of a low hill. Beyond it, Palmetto lay flooded with cops and people in paramedic scrubs. They methodically bagged the corpses and loaded them into trucks, one atop the other, like cords of wood.
That is a horrible thing,
Belobog's Volv said.
I do not like this waiting, Grigori said. What are we waiting for? For me,
Curran said. The Volvs startled. Curran pulled up the chair and sat next to me. Barabbas materialized behind him.
Grigori Semyonovich, Vasilia Yevgenievich, Yevdokia Ivanova, welcome. May I get you anything? Coffee, tea? Hot tea with lemon, Yevdokia said.
Barabbas waved. Jezebel brought a platter with a teapot and several cups on it, set it on the table, and took up position at the nearby booth. Jim pulled up a chair and sat on Curran's right. Andrea sat on my left. Barabbas and Derek remained standing behind our chairs.
This thing is none of our concern, Grigori said. You do not rule us. We will leave when we decide, Vasilia said. Did you bring Cayman? Curran asked.
Grigori leaned back and crossed his arms.
And if we did, then what?
Curran leaned forward.
You are sheltering a man whose machine caused hundreds of deaths. Because of this device, my ward, a 14-year-old girl, is dying. One of my people is dead. 2 are critically injured. Your Volv attacked my mate. Before we go any further, we require a show of good faith. You will give us access to Cayman now.
Vasilia's white eyebrows rose.
Or this meeting is over. We will consider your actions to be a declaration of war.
The 2 Volvs looked at each other.
We will abide by the agreements of peaceful assembly, Curran said. You're free to leave. Go home, kiss your wives, hug your children, and put your affairs in order, because tomorrow I will burn your neighborhood to the ground. We will kill you, your families, your neighbors, your pets, and anyone who will stand in our path. An attack on my family will not go unpunished.
That was the best smackdown I'd ever seen.
No, Vasilia said. No war.
The raven on Grigori's shoulder cawed. The black Volv grimaced.
Roman?
Roman bent down.
Tashi Yerwa Sada.
Roman took off at a run. I leaned to Curran.
They're bringing him.
Good tea, Yevdokia said. A long minute passed, and Roman entered, leading a man by his shoulder. The man wore wrinkled khakis and a sweater over a dress shirt that had seen its better days. Grime stained the bend of the collar where it touched the neck. Some effort had been made to comb his light brown hair out of his bloodshot eyes, but it stuck out on the back of his head in untidy clumps. He gazed about him, looking lost, as if he weren't sure where he was or why. Adam Cayman, the source of the entire mess. Roman pulled a chair out and pushed Cayman into it. As Roman straightened, his gaze snagged on something to my right. His eyes widened. He caught himself and stepped back, behind Grigori's chair. I glanced to my right and saw Andrea flipping through her notes. Oh, boy. Jezebel pushed off her seat. Can I kill him? Can I kill him now, please? I shook my head. She dropped back into the booth, exhaling. It took all of my will not to pummel Cayman's face into a bloody pulp. I barely had enough restraint for myself, let alone for her. Curran pointed at the window.
Look.
Down in Palmetto, a truck was backing up. Another slid into its place. The paramedics paused while it maneuvered toward them and resumed loading the bodies.
I saw, Adam said. I was watching through the car window. Many people are dead.
Because of you, I said. You built it. Why?
For my wife,
he said.
I just wanted the hospital machines to work. That's all.
The first one was for your wife, Yevdokia said. Why did you build the second one?
Adam shrugged. Because that's what I do. If you make a small one, you have to make one bigger. Just to see. Can't build anything anymore.
He raised his hands. The bases of both thumbs were red and swollen.
Kamen curled his hands into fists. His thumbs didn't move.
They had severed the ulnar collateral ligament. You maimed him? I asked Vasilia.
The white Volv sighed.
We warned him. He didn't listen. Durnoi Chalevek.
Foolish man. That's putting it lightly.
The head is bright, Vasilia continued, but no wisdom. His father was very respected in the community. Did a lot of good for a lot of people.
It was that or kill him, Grigori said. Can't trust him. He'll build something else and kill us all. Can't build anything now, Adam said. Can't hold a screwdriver. Can't hold a wrench. Or a brush. Finished. Zakonchen. My life's over.
I surged to my feet, grabbed him by the hair, and twisted his head to the window. Their lives are over. My kid is dying because of you, you damn asshole, and you are whining about your hands? Look at me. Look me in the eye. I want to skin you alive. Do you understand?
I never meant for this,
he said, his arms limp.
I meant it for good.
There were armed men guarding you. Why the hell do you think that was? You tested it. You saw things die in the forest. Why didn't you destroy it?
I couldn't do that. That's what my purpose is, to build things. It was special. I gave it life. It was important.
More important than dead children?
Adam's mouth went slack. I glimpsed the answer in his eyes.
Yes, his gadget was more important than dead children. Nothing I could say would reach him. I shoved him back into his chair.
I told you, Vasilia said. Not right in the head. Defective.
There is a sect of anti-magic fanatics, Curran said. The Lighthouse Keepers. They have the blueprints for the device. They've built their own version.
Grigori paled.
How big?
Vasilia asked.
5-mile range.
Grigori swore. Vasilia leaned back, dragging his hand over his mouth.
5 miles?
Curran nodded and looked at Adam. Kamen cringed.
How long does it take to activate?
Kamen blinked.
The smaller model took 42 minutes. For the larger, I never tested. 3 hours, 12 minutes, Jim said. There is a coefficient, 10 hours, 59 minutes, and 4 seconds, Kamen said. That's our time frame, Jim said. 10 hours and 59 minutes from the start of the magic wave. Magic hits, we start the countdown. Can it be turned off once activation starts? Curran asked. Yes, Adam said. There is a switch to power it down. I will show your people.
What about the machine that has been used? I asked. What happens if you open it?
Do you have it?
Kamen's eyes sparked.
Grigori leaned over and slapped him on the back of the head.
Kamen rocked forward and glanced at Grigori like a kicked dog.
No need to hurt. I know. Do you have a beer?
Barabbas stepped away for a moment and set a beer in front of Kamen. There is a valve at the top. Kamen shook the beer. The device is of limited capacity. There had to be a way to empty it so it could be refilled. He'd built the equivalent of an atomic bomb, and he'd made it reusable. Words failed me.
So they can go from town to town murdering us,
Yevdokia murmured. Kamen set the beer down. You push the switches and poof. He grasped the beer again, tried to twist the cap, and stared helplessly at it. No working thumbs. Barabbas leaned over him and twisted the cap off with a snap of his fingers. Liquid shot out. Foam spilled over the sides of the bottle. Have to be careful to push the switches correctly or it goes sideways, Kamen said. Boom, and the cylinder breaks. Everyone's dead. Great. I made a heroic effort to ignore Kern's stare. If you open it correctly, does most of the magic shoot straight up? Kamen nodded. Yes. Some goes down, but most straight up. Like a laser. The magic that washes down. Is it potent? Very. Like a small flare? Yes. Kamen nodded several times. Just like that. I looked at Yevdokia. Can this magic be harnessed by a coven and focused on one person?
Possibly,
Yevdokia said. Grigori snorted.
That much magic your witches would break, and your focus would overload. You need an anchor for it, an object, to take the brunt of it, then draw power from it.
The duck bunny kitten stopped its rolling and hissed at Grigori.
Was she asking you?
Yevdokia raised her chin.
I'm just saying, there is a proper way to do things. Mind your own business.
Vasilia gazed at me.
Why do you need the power?
Blood magic. The table went so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
What for?
Vasilia asked softly. To purge like V from a little girl. Grigori pointed a long finger at me.
That is an unnatural thing.
Some would say wolves with wings and wooden staves that bite you are unnatural things, I said. Some would say that sacrificing a man and turning his innards into ants are unnatural also. If you live in a glass house, don't fire any shotguns.
We will do this for you, Yevdokia said. My coven will do it. I'll bind them to silence. Nobody will talk about it.
Uh-huh. What's the price?
You will sign a writ of kinship, a document that acknowledges your mother and her ancestry. It will be kept sealed, so do not worry. We just want a paper, in case things do not go as expected.
What was the catch? There had to be a catch in there somewhere. Grigori came to life like a shark sensing a drop of blood in the water.
Why? What is so special about her?
Yevdokia slapped the table.
I've told you to mind your own business, old goat. This has nothing to do with you. Go kill something and revel in its blood.
Grigori's eyes bulged out of his head. You will keep a civil tongue in your head. Yevdokia leaned forward.
Or what? Or I will teach you some manners, woman.
The tattooed witch behind Yevdokia glared in outrage. Dad, you will not speak to Mother this way.
I will speak to her in whatever way I please.
The witch in the robe heaved a sigh.
Oi, Papa, really, there is no need.
I backed away from the table in case somebody started throwing things. Andrea backpedaled right behind me. Kern stayed, his chin resting on his hands clenched into a double fist, probably trying to decide if he should get in the middle of this.
Yes, go right ahead.
Yevdokia pointed at Grigori.
Live up to your reputation, civil like a rabid badger.
The duck bunny hissed and growled. Grigori's raven cawed, beating its wings. Grendel lost it and broke down in a cacophony of excited barks. Vasilia put his hand over his eyes. Grigori slipped into Russian.
"Crazy old hag!"
"A hag?" Yevdokia rolled up her sleeves.
"Let me show you how haggish I can be."
"Roman!" The tattooed witch pointed at the younger Volv. "Do something! You're the oldest!" Roman startled.
"They've been at this since before we were born. Don't bring me into this."
So that was how he knew I would be at Yevdokia's. His mommy told him, of course. They even looked alike. I should have seen it before. Was there anyone in here who wasn't related? The tattooed witch turned to Vasilia. "Uncle?" Nope, they were all one big happy family.
"You be quiet, child," Vasilia snapped. "Adults are talking."
"Uncle, I'm 26.
"That's the problem with bringing children into the magic," Vasilia said. "The lot of you get a taste of power and grow up mouthy."
Grigori spared a single glance in his brother's direction. If looks were daggers, that one would have sliced straight through the Volv's heart.
"Here it comes. My oldest son is a doctor,"
Yevdokia finished in a sing-song voice.
"And my daughter is an attorney."
Vasilia raised his chin.
"Jealousy is bad for you. Poisons the heart."
"Aha!" Yevdokia slapped the table.
"How about your youngest, the musician? How is he doing?" "Yes, what is Vyacheslav doing lately?" Grigori asked. "Didn't I see him with a black eye yesterday? Did he whistle a tree onto himself?"
Oh, boy. Curran opened his mouth. Next to him, Jim shook his head. His expression looked suspiciously like fear.
"He is young," Vasilia said. "He is spoiled rotten," Yevdokia barked. "He spends all his time trying to kill my cat. One child is a doctor, the other is an attorney, the third is a serial killer in training."
Vasilia stared at her, shocked.
"We're taking a short recess."
Curran roared and took off. We staged a strategic advance to the entrance of the steakhouse, right past Barabbas, bent over and making high-pitched strangled noises. Outside, Curran exhaled and turned to me.
"Did you know they were crazy?"
"I didn't even know they were married."
"They aren't,"
Roman said next to me. Somehow he'd gotten outside.
"They love each other. They just can't live together. When I was younger, it was always drama. They are together, they are apart, they are seeing other people."
He shrugged.
"Mom never could stand all the blood, and Dad has no patience for the witchery. We're lucky the magic isn't up. At the last New Year's, they set the house on fire. There was alcohol involved. Did you bring my staff?"
I looked around for the boy wonder.
"Derek?"
Derek popped up by my side and thrust a stick with a trash bag on top of it at the Volv. Roman ripped the black plastic off.
"What's with the bag?"
Derek bared his teeth.
"It tried to bite me."
Roman petted the staff.
"He was just scared, that's all."
He took a step toward me and lowered his voice.
"Can I ask you a question?"
"Sure." We walked away a few feet like it would make a difference with a bunch of shapeshifters. Roman leaned to me.
"The gorgeous blonde, does she work with you?"
I glanced to where Andrea stood by the doors. "Andrea?"
"Yes." "Oh, that's a pretty name,"
Roman said. "Bad idea," I told him.
"Why? Married?"
"No, an ex-boyfriend. A very dangerous, very jealous ex-boyfriend." Roman grinned.
"Married is a problem. Dangerous, no problem."
Over Roman's shoulder I could see Curran. He stood absolutely still, his gaze fixed on the back of Roman's neck. "Houston, we have a problem." "Step away from me," I said quietly.
"Sorry." Roman leaned closer.
Jim was saying something. Curran started toward us in that unhurried lion gait that usually signaled he was a hair from exploding into violence. "Step away!" The Roman took 2 steps back, just in time to move out of Curran's path. The Beast Lord passed by him and deliberately stepped between the Volve and me. I touched his cheek, running my fingers over the stubble. He took my hand into his. A quiet growl reverberated in his throat. Roman decided he had someplace to be, and he really needed to get there as soon as possible. "Too much excitement, Your Majesty?" I asked.
He was standing too close.
He was asking about Andrea.
Too close. I didn't like it.
Curran wrapped his arm around my shoulders and started walking, steering me away from the group. His possessive majesty in all of his glory.
"This writ of kinship, what the hell is that? Does it make you allied with them?"
And he changed the subject, too. "No, I've only run across it a couple of times before. It's a document that states that I acknowledge that my mother is my mother and that my mother was born to such and such family." The witches are big on family record-keeping.
"Will she take it to Roland?"
Curran asked. "It's not in her best interests. She hates him."
"So what's the point of it?"
"Your guess is as good as mine."
"I don't like it,"
he said. "You've been saying that a lot lately." He dipped his head, his gray eyes looking into mine.
"Are you going to take them up on it?"
"Yes. Nothing has changed. Julie is still dying."
"Then do it soon,"
Curran said. "Why?" He pointed at the road. A caravan of black SUVs slithered its way up the highway. Thin, emaciated shapes dashed along the shoulder of the road, their gait odd and jerky.
"The people are here,"
Curran said. Chapter 21. An hour later, the inside of the steakhouse had been cleared, every table in the house set into a square. The people had brought 4 out of their 7 Masters of the Dead, headed by Gastek. Nataraja must have declined to make an appearance. Because the meeting was held in the Pax territory, the people had their choice of seats and positioned themselves with their backs to the window so they could observe the front and back doors. The 4 Masters of the Dead, Gastek, Rowena, Mulradine, and Philippa, took their places at the table. Behind them, a gaggle of journeymen sat in their chairs flush against the window, their faces carefully blank. Between the journeymen, vampires crouched like monstrous gargoyles, hairless, corded with a tight network of steel-hard muscle, and smeared in lime green and purple sunblock, bubble-gum-tinted nightmares. I had to fight the urge to keep glancing at Rowena. Short, only about 5'2" or so, Rowena was a teenage boy's wet dream. Perfect figure, sensual face, emerald green eyes, and fiery red hair falling in a cascade of glossy waves all the way past her waist. An elegant business suit molded to her curves like a glove. When she smiled, male heads turned. If she said something, people nodded in agreement. There was something about her that made you want to earn her approval. She could make you feel like a hero for passing her the salt. This is what my mother must have been like. I might have had her DNA, but not a drop of her magic had made it through. To the left of the people sat the representatives of the Mercenary Guild. I recognized 3 veteran mercs and Mark, nominally the guild's admin and in reality the guild's overseer, now that Solomon Red, the guild's founder, lay 6 feet under. At least some of him did. After my aunt was done with him, There hadn't been much left. Next to the guild sat representatives of the natives. I recognized shamans from the Cherokee, Appalachee, and Muskogee Creek tribes, but the other two I'd never seen before. Norse Heritage took up the next 3 seats. The Norse Heritage Foundation claimed that their goal was to preserve Scandinavian cultural traditions. In reality, they took the idea of Vikings and ran with it as far from any cultural or historical accuracy as they could. Norse Heritage took everyone in. As long as you were willing to drink beer, get rowdy, and proclaim yourself a Viking, you had a place at their table. Ragnvald, their jarl, a huge bear of a man, came easily enough, but Jim's people had the devil of a time getting his escort to surrender their axes and horned helmets. There was a lot of roaring and cursing, and promises of doing indelicate things, and screams of "make me" and "over your dead body," until Curran came out, looked at them for a while, and went back inside. Ragnvald read the writing on the wall, and his crew decided to disarm voluntarily. The College of Mages provided 3 representatives, followed by us, and then by the witches, wolves, druids, and half a dozen other smaller factions. Getting everyone to take a seat and be quiet was like trying to roll Sisyphus's boulder up the mountain. By the time we were done, I wanted to stab myself in the eye. Nobody seemed ready to make trouble, but I kept Slayer on my lap under the table just in case. We put Cayman in the middle of the square in his own special chair, just in case he decided to wander off and invent a black hole generator out of a box of matches and paper clips while we weren't looking. Renee and the Red Guard brass sat at the table directly behind Cayman. Renee looked a bit green in the face. Tea, coffee, and water were served, and then Jim rose and gave a succinct summary of Cayman's invention and the aftermath of its usage. The Red Guardsmen were presented as being heroic. The Wolves' involvement was tactfully omitted. When he moved on to explain the 3rd device, silence claimed the steakhouse. 5 miles. Absolute destruction. If you had a drop of magic, you would not survive. People paled. The jolt was so strong, even Gastek looked disturbed. Next, Andrea stood up and profiled the keepers. Most of it I already knew, and I watched the faces while she spoke. The keepers are very well connected and financed. During the attack on Cutting Edge, the keepers deployed exploding bolt heads, Andrea continued. Analysis and an M-scan of the residue provided a profile consistent with Galahad 5 warheads. These warheads are manufactured exclusively by the Welsh to combat giants. They're prohibitively expensive, and their export into the United States is limited and only semi-legal. I had obtained a small number of said warheads for the Atlanta chapter of the Order during my tenure there, and I had to call in several favors just to get them through customs. Either the keepers have a unique connection, or the Order's armory has been compromised, or the Order has been infiltrated, Rowena said. It is a distinct possibility, Andrea agreed. I can guarantee that no bolt heads had left the Order's armory prior to November because the inventory and security of the armory had been my responsibility up to that point. Is that why there are no representatives of the Order at this conclave? One of the druids asked. The Order has never been a part of the conclave, Curran said. Gastek permitted himself a narrow smile. Considering the success the Keepers had with infiltrating the Pack, if we were to exclude all the organizations whose screening and security measures couldn't stand up to close scrutiny, this assembly couldn't take place. Banning the Pack alone would have our numbers. Even now, with the threat of complete destruction, Gastek couldn't pass up the opportunity to poke at Curran.
Jim bared the edge of his teeth.
They recruit damaged children, Andrea said. Victims of abuse and tragedy who have reason to hate themselves and their own magic. They find teenagers who are most vulnerable and indoctrinate them, and then these children go on to have careers and lives until they are called to duty by the keepers. Nobody is immune. Not the pack, not the people.
"Where is the device now?" Ragnvald asked. "Hidden," Curran answered. "It will be destroyed shortly, in a secure location where it will cause minimal damage to the environment."
"How can we be sure that you will follow through with it?" Mark said. Gastek condescended to stare for half a second in Mark's direction. "I was led to believe that you possessed at least moderate intelligence. That assessment was obviously an error."
"What?" Mark recoiled.
"How do I know that if I hand you a loaded gun, you won't thrust it into your mouth and pull the trigger? Of course he isn't going to keep it, you idiot. None of us would keep it. Using it would be tantamount to suicide."
Jim nodded, and Derek and Barabbas circled the table, handing out paper. "This is a list of the chemicals with quantities required to build the device. Some of these are rare. Purchasing them would leave a paper trail. We have 10 hours and 59 minutes from the beginning of the next magic wave," Curran said. "Either we find the device, or we—"
Barabbas leaned over to him and whispered something in an urgent tone.
Curran's eyes flared with gold. "Bring it here."
Barabbas nodded. A female shapeshifter set a phone in front of Curran. He pushed the speaker key.
"Yes. Who am I speaking with?"
A clipped male voice asked.
"You're speaking with the Beast Lord."
Curran's face could have been carved from ice.
"Ah, you're a difficult man to reach. Of course, I'm using the term man loosely. What do you want?" Curran asked. "As I told your staff, I represent the lighthouse keepers. These are our terms. Return the device you've taken and cease all efforts to find us. In return, you have my personal guarantee that the keep will not be targeted."
Uh-huh, and that seaside property in Kansas he was selling was a steal. Curran graduated to a full alpha glow.
"Is that so? To be honest, destroying you isn't on our short-term agenda. It's simple logistics. The location of the keep makes it impossible to target you and the city center at the same time. We prefer to deploy within the city limits, returning Atlanta to its natural state and making it suitable for habitation by an unpolluted population is our primary goal. However, if you refuse our terms, we will classify you as an imminent threat. Evacuating will accomplish nothing. We will simply follow your people to their destination and destroy you at the evacuation point. Cease your endeavors to apprehend us."
Andrea's eyes widened. I had heard those words before. Shane had used them in a letter he had sent to Andrea about her guns. Shane. Holy shit!
To the left, one of the Vikings whispered,
"What did he say?"
Ragnvald glared at him.
"Will you acquiesce to our terms?"
the man asked.
"Your answer?"
"No," Curran said. "Here are our terms. You line up in front of the Capitol, beg forgiveness for murdering hundreds of people, and blow your brains out. You can hang yourselves or fall on your swords. You can set yourselves on fire. I guarantee that any method of suicide you choose will be pleasant compared to what we will do to you. You have until the end of the tech."
The disconnect signal sounded like the toll of a funeral bell.
Gastek grimaced. "Cease your endeavors to apprehend us. Really?
Clearly, he reads a thesaurus before bed,
a Cherokee shaman opined. Bob, one of the guild's mercs, grimaced. He sounds like a rent-a-cop who reads too many police procedure manuals. Or an MSDU officer, someone from the other end of the table offered. No, he was a knight of the order. Ted had to know. We would never prove it, but Ted had to know.
As I was saying, we have 10 hours and 59 minutes from the beginning of the next magic wave, Curran said. That's how long the device will take to charge. Either it's in position already, or they are moving it into position now. If we find it with time to spare, Adam, here, will disarm it.
A vampire at the far left tensed, gathering its muscles. It was a minute movement, barely noticeable. I squeezed Slayer's hilt, feeling the familiar texture under my fingers.
If there is no time, whoever finds it may have to disarm it themselves, Curran said. Now, Adam will explain to us how to do this.
The vampire jumped, claws raised for the kill. It sailed through the air toward Cayman, clearing the table in a single powerful leap. I jumped onto the table and sliced left to right in a classic diagonal strike. Slayer's blade cleaved through undead flesh like a sharp knife through a ripe pear. The bloodsucker's body dropped at Cayman's feet. The bald, fanged head flew and bounced off the table, spraying the people with thick, undead blood. A dark-headed journeyman jumped to his feet so quickly that his chair toppled backward. A gun flashed in his hand. I ran to him. I was jumping over Rowena when he shoved the barrel against his temple and pulled the trigger. The gun spat thunder. The gory mess of blood and brains sprayed the window. The steakhouse exploded with noise, Gastek's voice cutting through it, shaking with rage.
Find the person who admitted him! Find the people who did his background check! Find his master! I want these people in front of me in half an hour!
I sat in the gloom of the hospital room. Julie lay unmoving on the white sheets, her exposed, semi-human arm caught in the web of tubes of the IV drip, feeding sedative into her body. Her face was twisted, her jaws too large and distorted, with fangs cutting through her lips. Her eyes were closed. A shock of pale blonde hair was the only thing that remained of my kid. It felt unreal. I had come here straight after the furor at the steakhouse had died down. I'd been watching her, sitting here hoping against everything I knew that somehow her body would beat this, that she would flow and streamline and shift back into a human, or a lynx. I would settle for a lynx at this point, anything but the twisted thing she was. The magic would hit tomorrow. If not, then the next day. I would have to perform the ritual. If the device worked as Cayman promised, if the witches managed to channel power into me, if everything went as expected, I still had no idea how exactly I would pull the blood from her body. At the end of it, either Julie or I or both of us could end up dead. Of all the strange and rash things I had done, this was the craziest. If someone had told me a week ago that I would be contemplating cutting Julie's throat, I would have knocked them out on the spot. Doolittle said she couldn't even hear me. To keep the loopism at bay, he'd had to put her completely under. I wanted to tell her that I loved her, that I was sorry, so sorry, that I would do anything, give anything to fix it. But she wouldn't hear. The door opened. A tall, lean woman slipped inside. Jennifer. Surprise, surprise. She sat next to me. How did she even get here? The room was supposed to be restricted. Came to gloat? I asked. The wolf alpha startled.
Do you really think I would?
You tell me. Jennifer said nothing. We sat side by side and looked at Julie. Her chest rose and fell in a steady, slow rhythm.
Do you ever think about how fucked up life is?
Jennifer asked. Yes. That's why I have a punching bag.
I think about it a lot lately.
We looked at Julie some more.
I'm pregnant, Jennifer said. 4 months. Doolittle says it's a little girl.
Congratulations, I told her. My voice came out monotone. Does Daniel know?
Yes. My scent has changed.
Jennifer looked at Julie.
Every time I see you, you remind me of the way Naomi died.
I can't help that.
I know,
she said.
But every time I see you, you make me think of all the things that can go wrong. I hate you for that.
Is that a challenge? I asked, unable to keep fatigue from my voice.
No.
Jennifer looked at her hands. We sat quietly for another long moment.
I can't do it. I can't kill my own daughter if she becomes a loop. That's all I think about. It would be my duty as a mother and an alpha, and I just can't.
That's why there are 2 of you, I said.
What if he can't do it? Things happen to alphas. Daniel could be challenged. He could fight a threat to the pack and lose. If something happens to Daniel, and later our daughter becomes a loop, I'll have to kill her. Then there will be nothing left.
She looked at me.
Nothing.
If she was looking for wisdom, I had none to offer. Look at it this way. If we don't find that device tomorrow, we will all die. Problem solved. Jennifer shrugged her narrow shoulders, her eyes haunted.
I suppose so. I didn't ask to be born a shapeshifter. It just happened. Sometimes you want to stomp your feet and yell, "It's not fair." But it won't change anything.
I didn't ask to be born Roland's daughter. I just had to live with it. The world was screwed up. Fanatics tried to murder us, and sometimes we had to kill our own children.
I'm so angry, Jennifer murmured. If I could just get over my anger, I'd be all right.
What the hell did she want from me anyway? Was I supposed to hug her and tell her everything would be all right, with Julie lying there as far from fucking all right as she could get? Sometimes it helps to live through it, I told her. Find a time when nobody will bother you, and imagine it. Imagine the worst-case scenario in as much detail as you can manage. Let yourself live through it. Feel the fear, feel the pain. It's a terrible thing to put yourself through, but once it's done, the anxiety goes away. It never disappears completely, but it leaves you alone enough so you can function.
Thanks,
Jennifer said.
I might try that.
Doolittle walked into the room, quiet as a ghost, and patted my shoulder. Jennifer rose and slipped out of the door as silently as she had arrived.
It's time to take a break, Doolittle murmured. Come, I'll fix you a nice glass of iced tea.
I rose and followed him out into a small room across the hall. It looked just like an ordinary kitchen. A stove, a fridge, a table with a bench and 3 chairs. Doolittle pointed at the padded bench. I sat. He got a pitcher of iced tea from the fridge and 2 tall glasses.
Oh, no. The iced tea splashed into the glass. I picked it up and drank. 50% honey, maybe more. People think it's the beast that makes us lose our sanity.
Doolittle sampled the tea in his glass and sat down with a sad smile.
They think the beast takes over and we become Loop. Animals don't destroy each other for pure pleasure. They don't have serial killers, and they kill, they don't murder. No, it's not the beast in us that makes us lose our balance. It's the man. Of all the animals, we're the most aggressive and the most predatory. We have to be. Otherwise, we would have never survived. You can see it in children, especially adolescents. Life is hard for them, so they attack it and fight for their own place in it. Homo homini lupus.
Man as a wolf to his fellow man? Doolittle nodded.
A wise Roman playwright once said that.
Did he write tragedies?
No, comedies. Good ones, too.
Doolittle drank his tea.
I don't trust tragedies much. It's easy to make a person sad by showing him something tragic. We all recognize when sad things happen. Someone dies, someone loses a loved one, young love is crushed. It's much harder to make a man laugh. What's funny to one person isn't funny to another.
I valiantly drank my tea. That's what I don't understand about the keepers. They're people. They laugh, they cry, and somehow they kill hundreds of their friends and neighbors with no remorse. There is no emotion involved in any of it.
No, my dear. It's all emotion,
Doolittle said.
It's rage.
Against what?
Themselves, mostly. Rage is a powerful thing. People get upset over many things. Frustrating jobs, small paychecks, bad hours. People want things. People feel humiliated by others who have the things they want. People feel deprived and powerless. All this gives fuel to rage. The anger builds and builds, and if there is no outlet for it, pretty soon it transforms the person. They walk around like a loaded gun, ready to go off if only they could find the right target. They want to hurt something. They need it.
He refilled his glass and topped mine off.
Humans tend to segregate the world. Enemies on one side, friends on the other. Friends are people we know. Enemies are the other. You can do just about anything to the other. It doesn't matter if this other is actually guilty of any crimes, because it's a matter of emotion, not logic. You see, angry people aren't interested in justice. They just want an excuse to vent their rage.
Doolittle sighed.
And once you become their other, you're no longer a person. You're just an idea, an abstraction of everything that's wrong with their world. Give them the slightest excuse and they will tear you down. And the easiest way for them to target you as this other is to find something that's different about you. Color of your skin, the way you speak, the place you're from. Magic. It comes and goes in cycles, Kate. Each new generation picks their own other. For the keepers, it's people with magic. And for us, well, it's the keepers. We will murder them all, no matter if some of them are confused or easily led or feeble-minded, or if they have families. They will die. It makes me despair sometimes.
There was such profound sadness in his voice that it made me want to hug myself.
And then there are lost souls like Leslie, so full of self-hatred that they trample the world in a rush to blame someone for their pain.
He shook his head.
Well, look at me, getting all melancholy in my old age. I don't know what came over me.
I knew. It was looking at Julie's tortured body for the last 24 hours. He looked on her and felt terrible sorrow. I looked at her, and I felt rage. When Era died, did you get hold of any tissue samples? I asked. Blood, hair, that type of thing. Doolittle looked at me from above the rim of his glass.
Why don't you just tell me straight what it is you're hunting for?
There is a ritual that may be able to save Julie. To do it, I need to be able to do what Era did. I need to know if there are any differences between my blood and hers, so I can figure out if it's possible to compensate for them.
That will take time,
Doolittle said. Can you keep her asleep long enough? Doolittle nodded and stood up.
Follow me.
We walked down the hallways, deeper and deeper into the medical ward.
This ritual, how certain are you that it will work?
Certain might be too strong a word.
And if it fails?
Doolittle asked. Then I will finally be out of your hair, and you won't have to patch me up anymore. Doolittle stopped and looked at me. For a moment he looked stricken, and then he crossed his arms.
There will be none of that now. You are my finest work. If I ever go to one of those med-mage conferences they keep inviting me to, I will take you with me. Look!
He held his hands out toward me.
Bone dragons, sea demons, rakshasas, and worst of all, our own people, and these magic hands kept her alive through it all. Look at her walk. You can't even see the limp anymore. As long as you don't open your mouth, you will appear as a perfect example of a healthy adult female. With your history, they'll be calling me a miracle worker.
I snickered. I promised to keep my mouth shut. Doolittle shook his head in mock sorrow.
It's bad luck to promise impossible things. How's the knee? Honest now. Hurts? I'll take another look at it when the magic wave hits.
Doolittle stopped before a door.
Ready?
For what? I was born ready. Doolittle thrust a key into the lock and unlocked it with a quiet click. The door swung open, revealing a small chamber with a metal barrel in its center, 2 feet wide, 3 feet tall, sealed with a flat lid. Doolittle approached it, twisted the metal clasp, and swung the lid aside. Cold assaulted my face. Inside, bags of red ice sat in neat rows.
Era's blood, Doolittle said. After you and our Lord fought her, Jim brought me her body. Before we buried her, I drained it dry.
Chapter 22. I made my way upstairs and washed off all of my grime. Doolittle said he'd need at least 24 hours to review my blood and Era's. Normally, by now, Voron would be screaming warnings at me from the depths of my memory, but he kept quiet. Perhaps it was because I trusted Doolittle, or maybe because Voron's ghost no longer had an iron grip on me. I stood under the hot water, letting it run over my skin. Julie would have to wait, and not just for Doolittle. First, we had to find the keepers, because if they managed to activate the device within the range of the keep, nothing would matter. Curran had already warned the guards to notify us the moment any important news came or the magic wave hit. I didn't know how much time we had, but whatever it was, I wanted to spend it well. For all we knew, we'd all kick the bucket tomorrow. When I slid the shower door open, the smell of seared meat curled around me. A garment bag hung on the towel hook. With my luck, it would contain a French maid outfit. I toweled off my hair and unzipped the bag. A silvery fabric caught the light and shimmered with a gentle light, as if someone had captured a crystal-clear mountain stream and somehow bound it into the creamy white silk. I ran my fingers over it, feeling the slickness. So beautiful. I'd seen this dress in the window shortly after Christmas. The strapless gown actually made me stop. There was something magic about the dress, something ethereal and otherworldly. No matter how much I looked at it in that store window, I couldn't picture myself in it. Curran told me I should get it. I told him that I had no place to wear it, and besides, where would I put my sword? He'd remembered. A tiny voice nagged me that we should be out there searching for the threat, but then the entire magic population of Atlanta was already searching for it. Andrea and Jim had joined forces, trying to pin down Shane's hiding place. The Order was under constant surveillance. A domineering werelion and a loudmouth merc wouldn't make that much of a difference. I found the blow-dryer. A dress like that deserved dry hair. If I had been by myself, I would have turned in by now to conserve energy before the night. But then, things could go really wrong tomorrow. I had to make the most of tonight. 20 minutes later, hairbrushed, eyeshadow on, and mascara on my eyelashes, I slipped the dress on. It hugged my body, curving over my breasts, clasped between them with a small crystal flower, and slid over the curve of my hips all the way down. A long slit went from the floor to my upper thigh. I opened the door. A pair of transparent shoes sat on the floor. I slid my feet into them. Perfect fit. I stepped out into the kitchen. Curran stood at the table. He wore gray tailored pants and a white button-down shirt. The shirt was semi-transparent, and it molded to his muscled torso like a glove. He had shaved, and the light from the candles on the table played on his face, throwing faint highlights over his masculine jaw. He looked almost unbearably handsome. I stopped. He was looking at me with a kind of need that somehow managed to be raw and tender at the same time. He took my breath away. We looked at each other, a little awkward. Finally, I raised my hand. "Hi."
"Hi," he said. "I made dinner. At least I made the steaks. The rest came from the kitchen. Would you like to sit down?"
Yes, I would. He held out my chair, and I sat. He sat across from me. There was some kind of food on the table and a bottle of something, probably wine. "You're wearing a formal shirt," I said. "I had no idea you owned one." The way he looked at me short-circuited the link between my mouth and my brain. Formal shirt? What the hell was I going on about?
"I figured I'd match the dress,"
he said. He seemed slightly shocked. "Do you like it?"
"It looks great. You look great. Beautiful."
We looked at each other. "We should eat," I said.
"Yeah."
He was looking at me. Silence hung between us. I had to know why he was with me. I thought it didn't matter, but it did. I met his gaze. My mother had a power that made men do whatever she wanted. She brainwashed Voron. She cooked him like a steak until he left Roland for her. She needed him to take care of me, except she overdid it. Voron was so hurt by her death. He never cared for me. He just wanted to watch me and Roland go at it. He said that if he watched my father kill me, it would be enough for him.
"Where is this coming from?"
"The witch," I told him. "Yevdokia. She and I are very distantly related." "She's telling the truth." Curran's expression turned guarded.
"That's fucked up."
"Before you and I mated, did you and Jim have a conversation about what it would mean for the pack?" It would be something Jim would do. He'd suspected what I was, if he hadn't figured it out already.
"Yes,"
Curran said. His face was still flat. "What did Jim say?"
"He advised against it. He had bullet points of why this was not a good idea."
My heart skipped a beat.
"He also said that since I was going to do it anyway, despite whatever he said, I should get on with it, because it took too much manpower to track me all over the city. He always sent guards to shadow me, and I usually dumped them before getting to your apartment. He said his life would be a lot easier if I just moved you into the keep.
Is that why you wanted me here? Curran leaned forward. The mask that was his face vanished.
I wanted you here because I wanted to be with you, for better or worse, Kate. You didn't brainwash me the way your mother did. You don't have her powers. You have the complete opposite, if anything.
All or nothing. Did you know that Roland was my father before I told you?
Yes.
Suddenly I was ice cold. How?
Breaking Roland's sword was a big clue, he said. Jim obtained some pictures of Roland. You resemble him, and there is a story floating around about a child Roland supposedly killed. I put two and two together.
I had agonized about telling him who I was. It took every shred of will to admit it, and he had it all figured out already. And you let me sit there and tell you about it when you already knew?
It was important, Curran said. You had to do it. So I listened.
Did you take who I was into consideration before you offered me the mating? Curran leaned forward. A faint glow touched his eyes and vanished.
Of course I did.
And here it was. At least he hadn't lied. Deep down I had known it. Curran was too used to calculating the odds. Like Yedvilkia said, it wasn't his first time at the love rodeo. It's not like he would have fallen head over heels into it the way I did.
I have a string of safe houses set up all across the country, he said.
I must have misheard. What?
I have a safe house in almost every state. I have more than enough money to keep us comfortable for the rest of our lives, if it comes to it. I've moved most of my funds to places outside the pack.
What are you talking about?
I know he is coming, and you are afraid. If you don't want to fight him, you and I can disappear.
I stared at him.
The mass transit is gone. No planes, no reliable roads. The world is big again, Kate. He will never find us.
What about the pack? His upper lip trembled, betraying the edge of his teeth.
Fuck the pack. I gave them 15 years of my life. I fought for them, bled for them, and the moment my back was turned, they attacked my wife. I owe them nothing.
Curran reached over and covered my fingers with his hand.
I'm serious. Say the word right now and we're gone. We can take Julie with us if you want.
Jim would find us.
No, I covered my tracks. If Jim does find us, he'll wish he hadn't. Besides, Jim is a friend. He would understand, and he wouldn't look for us very hard.
It wasn't a bluff. I heard it in his voice. He would do it. He would walk away. You would leave all these people? All the bowing and the— His gray eyes looked into mine.
If I fought for them and was crippled, they would all say nice things, and then they would replace me and forget I was ever there. You would stay with me. You would take care of me because you love me. I love you too, Kate. If you ever became hurt, I would not leave you. I'll be there. Wherever you want there to be.
I felt like crying. Great, he'd turned me into a weeping weakling.
Would you like to leave? He asked.
I swallowed. Not unless you want to.
Then we will stay. For now.
Yes.
Okay, he said.
I was lucky. Somehow, maybe because of all the messed up shit the universe had thrown my way, I'd gotten him. He was mine, completely mine. He loved me. I kept making barriers between us and then heroically knocking them down, whether it was because of fear or mistrust or for whatever other reason. I had to stop doing it. I glanced down. The food was cold. Our plates sat empty. Do you think it will keep? He stood up.
Hell yes.
The candles didn't keep. By the time we made it back to the kitchen, the candles had dripped wax over the candelabra. I poked my steak, lukewarm. The baked potatoes were cold. Corn on the cob was barely warm. I didn't care. I'm starving. Gotta keep your strength up, Curran grinned, so you can keep up. I clasped my hand to my throat and made some strangled noises.
Help me. I can't breathe. Your ego is pushing all the air out of the room.
He laughed. This menu looks really familiar, I said, loading my plate. I'd switched to a sweatshirt and sweatpants. My dress had been discarded anyway, and besides, we had agreed to take our plates back to the couch, and I didn't want to get food on it. Curran said, spearing a chunk of meat. Apple pie is in the fridge. He had recreated the menu he requested for the naked dinner. Ha! How did you even know my shoe size? I've seen your foot up close. Curran pointed to his chest. I've seen it here. He moved his hand to his jaw. Here. He touched the place over his cheek where my kick had cut him. And here. Aha. Would you like to watch a movie while we eat? Sure. What sort of movie? It has everything. Action, drama, comedy, beautiful soundtrack. Hot male lead. His thick eyebrows crept up half an inch. That last one isn't exactly a plus. Jealous of the actors now, are we? What? Of some fancy boy on the screen? Inconceivable. Oh, this was going to be good. We took our plates to the coffee table by the couch, and I slid Simon's disc into the player. The warehouse full of cars solidified on the screen. Curran's face went blank. When the first notes of the song sounded through the living room, he looked at me. He set it to music? His exact words were, "It begged for a soundtrack." A Ferrari flew across the screen and crashed into the wall. Curran looked impassive. I chewed a piece of my steak. It had to be the best steak I'd ever had. I seem to recall a certain man boasting about his superhuman restraint. I did show remarkable self-control. You destroyed $5 million worth of luxury cars. Yes, but none of them are wearing human heads as hood ornaments. I dropped back onto the pillow. So you want credit for not repainting the place with blood? The guards walked away. Simon walked away. Tell me that's not superhuman. Curran pulled me close to him and kissed my neck where it joined my shoulder. Where did you get this? His voice was entirely too casual for comfort. That source Jim keeps referring to is Simon. He is knee-deep in this whole thing. He left some evidence at Cayman's place, and I tracked him down. Did you go to see him? Curran asked. Warning, danger ahead. Rocks fall, everyone dies. Yes. At his apartment? Yes. Where is Simon now? I'm not sure. Under the bed? Maybe you should try the closet. Kate! I laughed. You should see your face. Don't you trust me? I trust you, he said. I just need to talk to him. Talk. His Majesty, master of negotiation. I took Derek with me when I went to see him. Simon is so scared of you, he didn't even want to let us in. And the keepers sent a team into the place to finish all of us off. How can you be jealous of him? It's like me being jealous of Myung. Not that his latest ex-girlfriend didn't inspire jealousy. She was a stunning woman, elegant, beautiful in an exotic way. She was also fragile, like a delicate glass ornament. Nothing ever happened between me and Myung, he said. I rolled my eyes. Right. I'm serious. Not that I didn't want to at the time, but I tried to kiss her once, and she got a deer-in-the-headlights look.
I got a feeling that if I went any further, she'd shut her eyes and pray for it to be over, so I backed off.
Maybe I should check the closet to see if the beautiful Myong is hiding in there, since you are so hot for her. He blinked. How does that foot taste?
Blah, blah, blah.
You are so eloquent, Your Majesty, so kind and generous to your subjects, so full of snappy comebacks.
Don't forget brutally honest, to my own detriment even.
Oh, yes, honest to a fault.
You never told me where Simon's hiding.
I took my plate into the kitchen. He followed me.
You like to screw with me, is that it? Simon, that Russian mage, that merc.
What merc?
Bob.
I racked my brain. I'd barely said 2 words to Bob. He stopped by our table to ask me which way I'd vote in the guild elections. They still haven't figured out who is in charge, and I'm technically on the roster.
Yeah. Did he have to lean over you while he was talking?
He was trying to let Mark think that he and I were buddies.
And you are not.
I threw a bread roll at him. Curran snapped it out of the air. Would you like me to carry a foot-long stick? I can just poke people with it when they get too close.
That's a good idea.
He held his arm out.
If you can extend your arm and touch them with the stick, they are too close.
You're insane.
If I'm insane, what does it make you?
A terrible judge of character. I went back to the couch. I could have fallen for somebody steady, dependable, well-grounded. But no, I had to lose my head over this idiot. Curran pounced. It was an excellent pounce, executed with preternatural speed. He pinned me to the couch.
Tell me where Simon is.
Or what?
Or I will be displeased.
I rolled my eyes. He's worried himself into paranoia, Curran. When Jim and I were dealing with the Rakshasas during the midnight games, Simon went into the pit to plant a tracker into a Rakshasa opponent. He was so terrified he could barely move. The Rakshasa cut him, and Simon snapped. He bashed the Rakshasa to death, and he kept beating his body for about 5 minutes. When he finally calmed down, there was only mush left. I know you can take him. I can take him too. The question is why? Why make an enemy of him? You have to either kill him now or stop screwing with him, and if you're going to kill him, I really am a terrible judge of character. Curran growled and moved to sit next to me. He wants the pressure to go away. He's prepared to soothe your ego. He gave us everything he knew about Cayman and the device for this precise reason, and he fully expects you to ask for more.
My ego doesn't need soothing,
Curran said.
I don't want him soothing anything of mine, including you.
Jim has him stashed away at one of the safe houses. Do as you will. I stared at him.
What?
He growled. Waiting to see if you're going to run out on me on the night before the apocalypse to go beat his ass. Curran reached for me.
He'll keep. There is no rush.
Keep your hands to yourself. You said you didn't need any more soothing.
I changed my mind. Besides, I'm the hot male lead. Actors get all the chicks.
He kissed me.
You're still going through with this?
Yes, I told him honestly.
Don't,
he said. I slumped forward. I have to at least try. Are you going to try to stop me?
No. You made a decision and you're following through with it. I don't like it, but I'll help you with it, because you're my mate, and I would expect the same from you.
Curran grimaced.
It would be worse if you sat on your hands and moaned about not knowing what to do. I couldn't deal with that.
The Beast Lord way. Often wrong, but never in doubt.
As long as we're on the subject, Curran said. The man thrust it back into the wound and spoke the words that bound the wolf to obey him forever. If you do this,
Julie will never be able to disobey a direct order from you. You will be making a slave."
I glanced at him. I thought about that. I don't know if it's even necessary for the ritual, but I can't take that chance. I'll have to do it exactly the way Roland did.
"She can never know," Curran said. "Look, I've been in charge of people for a long time. Trust me on this. You can't take Julie's free will away from her. If you do this, that's your secret, and you have to live with that. You have to be strong enough to keep that from her, and that means you'll have to think twice before any instructions to her come out of your mouth."
I rubbed my face. He was right. If Julie got as much as a hint that she had no choice about obeying me, I'd lose her. The most natural things like, "No, you can't go out to the woods with Maddie in the middle of the night," now would have to become, "I would strongly prefer that you stayed home." I had a hard enough time steering her as it was. "I'll deal with it," I said, "as long as she's alive. Everything else we'll figure out along the way." The magic rolled over us like a suffocating blanket. The countdown had begun. We had 10 hours and 59 minutes. Someone knocked. Curran went to the door. From where I lay, I could see his face in profile, his mouth curved. He came back, chuckling to himself. "Yes?"
"The witches have sent you a gift."
My present sat behind the table in the smaller conference room. It hid in the folds of a dark cloak. Only the hand was visible, a small feminine hand with manicured nails that gripped a spoon, stirring the tea in a blue cup. Jezebel leaned against the opposite wall, glaring at the cloaked woman as if she were a fire-spitting dragon. Barabbas waited by the door. He saw me and smiled. It was a sharp, nasty smile, like a cat that had finally caught the mouse and was about to torture it to death. "What now?" I pulled my hair up into a bun and headed for the door. Barabbas handed me a note in Yevdokia's curvy Russian script. It read, "A gift for you, Katenka. Thank me later." Beware of gifts from Baba Yaga. They came with strings attached, and sometimes if you took them, you ended up in the oven as dinner. Did she come alone?
"No. Yevdokia's daughters brought her."
Barabbas's grin got wider.
"I checked into it, and she and Grigori have 5 children. They're their own private Russian mafia."
I stepped through the door and took a seat at the table. The woman pulled her hood back, exposing a wealth of glossy red hair. Rowena. If she had pulled off her hood and turned out to be Medusa with her head full of vipers, I would have been less surprised. We looked at each other. A red, feverish flush colored her cheeks. Bloodshot eyes, puffy nose, slightly smeared eyeliner. Rowena had been crying. That was a first. Rowena kept her composure no matter what. The roof could cave in, and she'd smile against the backdrop of falling rocks and ask you to do her the favor of moving toward the exit. "Okay," I said. "I want an explanation. Now. What are you doing here?" Rowena swallowed.
"Bozidar, the journeyman who killed himself today, was my nephew. I'm banned from navigation pending an investigation. I will be cleared of all charges, and they will reinstate me."
"You seem very sure of that." Rowena sniffed.
"Gastek is ambitious. Nataraja won't last much longer. Something happened, and he mostly hides in his quarters now. Gastek and Mulradin are running things, and each one of them wants to be at the top. They are scrambling to form alliances. I'm ranked 3rd in finesse and 4th in power, and I support Gastek. He can't afford to lose me."
"So why are you here?"
"Bozidar had a girl,"
Rowena said, her voice barely above a whisper.
Her name is Christine. She would do anything for him. She loved him so much. I spoke to her. She said that my nephew had been recruited by the keepers years ago, when my brother and his wife died. They were en route 90 crossing over the Mississippi when the bridges collapsed due to magic erosion. They drowned. Bozidar was pulled out of the river comatose. By the time I found him, they had shipped him to an orphanage. Rowena clenched her hands. He suffered a lot of abuse. They had done things to him. I've given him a chance at revenge, but I didn't realize it wasn't enough. She fell silent. I waited for the rest. He was doing things for the keepers, and Christine helped him, Rowena said. She was in it, knee-deep. She covered for him. She fed him classified information he needed. Whatever he asked for, she did it. Is she a member of the keepers? No. Rowena shook her head. She is just a foolish girl who is in love with a broken boy. When Palmetto was hit, she was horrified. I bet. She gripped her slender fingers so hard her manicured nails left red indents in her skin. We have been publicly embarrassed, and Gastek is looking for a scapegoat. If he finds out what Christine has done, he will purge her. Purged journeymen don't go home, Kate. They disappear. One day, she won't be there for her shift, and then the new schedule will be posted, and everyone will know what happened to her. He'll kill her, Kate, to demonstrate that he's capable of making problems vanish. I was still waiting for the punchline. Christine is 5 months pregnant, Rowena said. Ah, here we go. People in my family have a difficult time with fertility. I've been trying to have a child for years. So far, I've failed. Bozidar was the only relative I had. Now he's dead, and his baby is my only family. Do you have any family, Kate? Now there was a loaded question. No. She leaned forward, her eyes wide and desperate. This unborn baby is everything to me. I can't protect Christine. Even if I give her money and send her away, Gastek would find her. He can be so single-minded, it's terrifying. I finally put 2 and 2 together. So you went to the witches? Yes, Rowena murmured. Yes, I did. My family has roots in that world, so I went and offered the covens anything they wanted to hide Christine. She must have been truly desperate. What's the price? Rowena looked up at me. 3 years of service. To you. Excuse me? They bound me to you for 3 years. I swore a blood oath. I will do whatever you require, and I am sworn to never speak of it. She raised her hand. A fresh scar cleaved her palm. I don't understand any of it, and if Gastek finds out that I helped Christine or that I came here, I am dead. So. Rowena leaned on the table. What service can I perform for you? I rested my elbow on the table, leaned against my hand, and exhaled. To have access to a qualified necromancer was akin to finding a case of ammo in the middle of a gunfight. Here was my chance to learn and train. I needed her desperately. Unfortunately, I trusted her about as far as I could throw her. I was strong and she was small, but it still wasn't very far. The problem is, I don't trust you, I said. I don't trust you either, she said. But if I don't do as they say, Christine's life is forfeit. They actually made you swear to it. She nodded.
She was right there. She stood right there when I swore. She heard every word. If they kill her, she will know it's because I failed. Note to self, avoid being in debt to the witches like the plague. Whatever it is you want, Kate, I will do it, no matter how foul, even if it means debasing and humiliating myself. Fantastic! Who did she think I was exactly? I guess we will start with humiliation, move on to debasing, and perhaps do some torture for a spiffy finish. I glanced at Jezebel. Is our torturer in residence? Rowena opened her mouth, looking as if she were about to say something sharp, and must have thought better of it, because she clamped it shut. How accomplished are you in necromancy? She gathered herself. I'm rated as Master of the Dead of the 3rd caliber, level 2, which means I can simultaneously hold 3 vampires and effectively pilot 2 at the same time. I've passed all the prerequisite examinations. I rank 3rd in finesse and 4th in power in Atlanta and 71st overall among the people. That rank is misleading, as when you're that high up, the differences between the ranks are minute. For example, the range of the person above me is only 20 inches longer than mine. I hold the shield of the Silver Legion. The Gold Legion is Roland's top 50, I finished. You had to climb the ladder, correct? The ladder was Roland's way of promoting education among the people. Each step of the ladder consisted of a work on magic, necromancy, or philosophy. Some steps were books, some scrolls. Once you mastered a step, you took a test to prove your knowledge. The more steps, the higher the pay. Rowena's eyes narrowed. Yes, the ladder of knowledge. You have to complete 10 to be rated as a 2nd caliber journeyman, and 25 to obtain the title of master. How do you know this? How many steps did you complete? 89, she said. And Gastek? 165, she grimaced. The man is a machine. As I've said, Gastek can be extremely single-minded. If you are considering using me against him, I will obey, of course, but you should understand that, though I can injure him, he'll win this fight. When Roland made Arez, he used a ritual to purge him of loopism. The technique involves withdrawing a person's blood and purifying it. Are you familiar with it? Rowena? Rowena decided it would be a good time to close her mouth. Yes. Tell me about it? It's the same process he uses to create his chosen, she said. You'll receive a gift of his blood and power, but in return, you're bound to him forever. He doesn't use it often. Is Hugh D'Ambre bound to him? Yes. I'd thought as much. Since both Arez and Hugh had been preceptors of the Order of Iron Dogs and were bound to Roland, Voron must have been bound too. That was why my mother had stayed behind to fight Roland. Voron couldn't disobey a direct order from Roland. If my father had ordered him to hand me over, Voron would have done it. He'd have had no choice. Have you ever seen it done? She shook her head. Only what I have read. Is the use of the obedience power word necessary? Yes. That's what gives him control over the blood once it's removed from the body. I leaned back. There was no way around it. If she survived, Julie would be bound to me forever. Kate, it's a very difficult ritual. Other people, high-ranking members of the Gold Legion, have tried and failed. You can't just do something like that. Roland's blood and power are unique. Yes. Rowena kept going. I've met him. When I was initiated into the Silver Legion, the magic radiating through his blood is unlike anything I've ever felt. To the right, Jezebel rolled her eyes.
It's like meeting a god in person. I can't even describe it.
I wondered what she would do if I cut my forearm, dipped my fingers into the red, and touched her hand with it. Was it something like this?
I bet she would jump.
I folded my arms on my chest instead. Just tell me about the ritual, Rowena. That's all I need for now. She was looking past me. I glanced behind me and saw Curran looking through the glass doors, radiating menace. He opened the door.
The keepers were sighted at Nameless Square. I need you.
I looked at Jezebel. Get our guest some paper. Once she writes everything down, make sure she leaves safely. Chapter 23. I crouched on the huge concrete boulder jutting from the pavement like the stern of a sinking ship. To the left, an abandoned building rose from the street, its stucco and concrete long turned to dust. Only a rusty cage of the framework remained, thrusting brown grates to the sunlit morning sky. Down below, the wreckage of downtown unrolled. Once solid buildings, reduced to heaps of rubble and abandoned ruins, crisscrossed by roads once busy, now mostly atrophied, and stubby, blocky structures born of the new age. To the right, the golden dome of the Georgia State Capitol building caught the light, the copper statue of Miss Liberty on its top thrusting her torch upward. To the left, in the distance, Unicorn Lane boiled with wild magic. The air shimmered there as a dark mist rose between the fallen high-rises, marked with garish stains of magic-mutated vegetation. I scanned the horizon. Nothing. The sighting at Nameless Square turned out to be a bust. Someone had caught a glimpse of a large metal cylinder and sounded the alarm too early. The metal cylinder turned out to be a massive charged air converter being installed at the Capitol as a backup system, in case the main charged air lines went down. Since then, we'd been to a half-dozen spots within the city, as the magic users, scouring the city for the keepers, raised the alarm here and there. Every lead sounded promising, and every lead turned out to be a miss. We were playing whack-a-mole, and we were almost out of time. I squinted at the sun. Around 10. 4 hours left? Less? Atlanta was a huge, sprawling beast. Every ruin doubled as a potential hiding place. I hadn't seen Jim or Andrea or Derek since yesterday. It worried me. Below me, Curran gathered himself, jumped 10 feet in the air, bounced off the concrete into another jump, then another, and landed next to me.
Me, Kate. You Tarzan? No. Curran bared his teeth at me. In the first book, he grabs a lion by the tail and pulls it. Never gonna happen. First, an adult male lion weighs 500 pounds. Second, you grab my tail. I'll turn around and take your face off. He surveyed the city.
Nothing, I told him. Curran stroked my back.
If the countdown is down to an hour, and we still don't know where it is, I want you to leave.
I turned to him.
The children are out of the keep, Curran said. They were shipped out overnight into the wood.
The wood, otherwise known as Chattahoochee National Forest, served as the hunting grounds for the pack. Curran had bought a 100-year lease, and once a month each shapeshifter made a pilgrimage there to run among the trees without his or her human skin.
They have orders to scatter. Julie is in Augusta under heavy sedation. Barabbas and 2 of our guards are with her. I'm staying, I told him. No.
His eyes were clear, his voice calm.
You owe me for agreeing to the ritual. If the countdown reaches 1 hour and we still have no leads, you will leave. The pack must have an alpha. You will take over. The betas from each clan have evacuated. They are spread out all over the state. They will be your new council.
Fear grabbed my throat and squeezed, crushing. In a blink, I could lose him. I can't run the pack, Curran. You're kidding yourself. He looked at me. He wasn't giving me a hard stare, he just looked at me.
I need you to tell me that you will do this. No arguments, no bullshit heroics. Just do this for me.
Why?
Because I want you to be safe. I want you to survive, and if I'm not there to protect you, the pack will be the next best thing. Promise me,
he said. Okay, I told him. But if we find them, I'm staying to the end. A bright burst of green blossomed to the right. South, a new lead. What was south of the capital? The airport?
Curran swore.
Before the shift, the Hartsfield-Jackson Airport had served as the primary hub for all flights to the southern United States. Almost 3 miles wide and flanked by highways on all sides, the airport ate a huge chunk of the city's south side. The damn place was so big, there was a train going through it. If you died in the south, you had to stop in Atlanta for a layover before getting to the other side. The shift fixed that right up. The commercial aviation industry took a century to grow and only 5 minutes to die, as the first magic wave dropped 5,000 planes out of the sky. Overnight, the airport was dead. The structure didn't sit abandoned for too long. When the MSDU officially came into being, christened in the blood of the 3-month riots, the local unit took over the airport, turning it into a fortified base and the HQ of military operations for the Southeast. Over the decades that followed, the MSDU's forces had continued steadily increasing the airport's defenses, turning it into a full-fledged fortress. As I drove along a narrow access road, I could see the edge of the runways, the concourse, and beyond them the white and sea-foam spire of the control tower. The place looked impenetrable. The long gray building of the terminal bristled with siege engines and machine guns, aided by square boxes of concrete bunkers. 100 yards out, the second row of bunkers guarded the concourse. Between the bunkers and us lay half a mile of clear ground, nothing but the old pavement of the runways and brownish grass mowed down to mere fuzz. No cover, no safe approach, nothing. 3 wards shimmered in the air. The first sheathed the tower in a bluish translucent cocoon. The second rose just past the bunkers. Glowing threads of pale magic wound through it, swirling like colors on a soap bubble. The third and final ward, a translucent wall tinted with red, extended the length of the field. Why were all 3 wards up? MSDU usually didn't bother with activating the defensive spells unless they had to contain something nasty, and even then, only the perimeter and the killing field ward went active. I could see the killing field to the left. No ward shielded it. What the hell was going on? Could the keepers have taken the MSDU? I murmured. Curran stirred in the passenger seat. If they have, the device is in the tower. I'd stick the device in some sort of storage room in some forgotten concourse, but if the keepers somehow claimed the base, they would choose the tower. They knew we were coming. The tower was an excellent place for their last stand. Stick enough sharpshooters with crossbows at the top, and we'd all look like hedgehogs by the time we got to it, assuming we'd managed to breach all the other defenses first. The red ward is a bouncer, I said. It's not too hard to break. With all of our magic juice, we can breach it in 15-20 minutes. We go through it, and it will bounce shut right back behind us. We'll be pinned between that ward and whatever is in those front bunkers. How can you tell? The red is more opaque near the ground, which means magic is concentrated there. That's usually a mark of a bouncer. Regular wards have uniform thickness, like the ones I used to have on my apartment. They can be open or closed, but once they break, they take several magic waves to regenerate. This one will surge right back up.
Your wards are transparent, too,
Curran said. I could make them in color. Transparent wards take more effort. In this case, they are warding an area about 3 miles in diameter. They went for the most bang for their buck, the strongest ward with the least effort, and to people who don't know about wards, giant red domes look impressive. The access road spat us out into the field. It was half full. Search parties trickled in via the other 2 roads. A vampire completely covered in purple sunblock rose at our approach and waved his claws. I parked. The moment I stepped outside, Andrea was there.
The Keepers took over the MSDU.
How?
Remember that buddy of mine I called to check out DeHarvin?
Andrea said.
He has 3 kids, all of them chock full of magic, so I called him.
She held up her hands.
I know, I wasn't going to say anything. I just wanted to suggest to him that he take his family on a trip to the coast or something. He wasn't at his number, so I called the reception in his building. Some guy I never spoke to answered and said that my friend was on bereavement leave. I was right there, so I dropped by his house. His wife says he didn't come home last night. She called the base, and MSDU told her they were holding him overnight due to an emergency. She didn't think anything of it, so I came by here. Look! She thrust a pair of binoculars at me. 3rd bunker from the left. I looked through the binoculars. 1st, 2nd, 3rd. A leg in urban fatigues and an army-issue steel-toed boot stuck out from behind the bunker. I waited a couple of seconds. It didn't move. Either he was suffering from a sudden bout of severe narcolepsy, or we had a dead soldier. A body like that wouldn't be left lying about if the base were still under military control. The Keepers must have taken the base. I passed the binoculars to Curran. He looked through them. Jim came striding up, his cloak flaring behind him.
The gate's shut down. The ward's blocking the approach. Did you try the emergency channel? Curran asked. Twice, no response. The people tried it on their end as well, and nothing. The base is shut down. Phones are working, but they aren't taking any phone calls. All right, Curran said. Send up the flares. Get everyone here.
Jim turned and raised his hand. A young shapeshifter ran from group to group. At the far end of the field, mages raised their staves. Magic popped like a large firecracker, and 7 green bursts exploded in the sky. The shapeshifters lined up along the ward's perimeter. Some I knew, some I didn't. I sat on top of the jeep. I'd need the energy for the fight. Next to me, Gastek stood, leaning on the jeep's hood, looking slightly absurd in a formal black suit and a gun-gray shirt. 2 vampires sat at his feet like bald, mutated cats, both coated in bright lime-green sunblock. Gastek had enough range to navigate vampires from the other end of the city. Unlike us, he didn't have to be here in person. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be off hiding in some armored bus miles away? Gastek glanced at me. Derision, Kate? How unlike you. I'm here because when this unfortunate affair is over, people will remember who was here and who wasn't. I take it Mulradine chose to evacuate. Gastek bent his lips a little. It was almost a smile. It's an unfortunate fact of life that some people value discretion above valor. As the saying goes, fortune favors the brave, or the foolish. And, of course, the fact that if we survive this, you'll come out looking like a hero has nothing to do with your decision. He widened his eyes. Why, Kate, you might be right. If only I had thought of that. Maybe one of the Keepers would shoot him. Below us, Cayman stared at the ward. 2 younger Volves watched him. He said that, about 20 minutes before the activation, the device would send out a plume of magic, whatever the hell that meant. When the shit was about to hit the fan, we'd get a short warning. Kamen also said that raising the device off the ground extended its range by about a mile. We thought the keepers were aiming for the city center. We were wrong. They were aiming for the densely populated neighborhoods just outside. The MSDU provided protection in case of emergency. Real estate next to the unit was highly priced, and the pack owned a quarter of it. That was where the shapeshifters who worked in the city built their homes. All the keeper claims of "we regret casualties" had been complete bullshit. They aimed for casualties. Wiping out these neighborhoods would snap the backbone of the city. Atlanta's citizens would panic and flee, and the keepers could purge the entire city at their leisure. A long, forlorn cry rolled through the sky. I raised my hand to my eyes, shielding them from the sunlight. A huge, dark bird circled the dome once, enormous wings stretched wide, and landed in the far field. A man slid off its back and jogged over. Amadahi, one of the Cherokee shamans. Amadahi came to a stop near Curran. His voice carried to us. "The bunkers have no roof. There is a catapult in each one and a small caraballista. There are guns, too."
"Are there people in the bunkers?"
Curran asked. Amadahi nodded.
"They were priming the catapults as I flew over."
The catapult would lob something nasty our way, and the caraballista would shoot us with bolts while we ran around trying to avoid it. Great. Thomas and Robert Linesco came along the line of the shapeshifters. Thomas was tall, well over 6 feet. Robert, his spouse, leaned toward dark and delicate, with large brown eyes and a narrow face. They spoke to Curran. Gastek said, "Just out of curiosity, does your paramour have an actual plan to breach this ward, or is he just making it up as he goes along?" Gastek, "Do you want to lead this attack alone?"
"No, thanks. I'm after the benefits, not the responsibility."
"Then shut up." Robert Linesco stepped forward to the ward and raised his hand. Behind him, members of Clan Rat formed into 5 columns, 4 people wide, 3 people deep. Robert closed his hand into a fist. The columns split into an upside-down V formation, with Robert at the head of the center V. Robert stripped off his sweats. For a second he stood nude, and then his skin burst. Muscle whipped and stretched like elastic cords, and a were-rat crouched in its place, one enormous clawed paw leaning on the ground. A green glow washed over Robert's eyes. Behind him, the rats shed their humanity. Robert raised his muzzle to the sky. A deep, ragged voice broke free of his mouth. "Forward!" The rats crouched down as one and dug into the ground. Dirt flew.
"Interesting tactic,"
Gastek murmured. "We wouldn't need to break the ward. We would simply tunnel under it." "Nice." Andrea ran up to the jeep and climbed up next to me. "Hey."
"Hey."
Teams of 4 shapeshifters began dragging wooden beams and laying them down behind the rats to reinforce the tunnel. I glanced at Gastek. "Aren't you going to help them dig?"
Gastek shrugged. "A vampire is a precision instrument, not a bulldozer."
The front lines of the rats had vanished into the ground. They only had to go about 50 feet or so. The ward itself was narrow, but to get under it would take some effort. 20 minutes later, the ground on the other side of the ward shifted. The first of the were-rats emerged from the dirt. Something sparked with orange in the slit of the bunker's narrow window, probably the catapult inside. Sound rolled, and a bright orange ball shot from the roofless bunker. It whistled through the air and crashed right at the middle column, exploding into orange liquid. The liquid splattered in a wide arc. 2 other bunkers followed suit, adding more orange goo to the mess. Yellow lightning danced on its surface. The fluid caught fire. Hoarse screams, half growls, half yelps followed. The tunnels on our side of the ward vomited the were-rats in a dark flood. The front ranks of the diggers bore blisters where their fur had been burned clean. Robert was the last to emerge. His left arm was a mess of scalded muscle, the skin charred, almost black. He snarled and walked over to Thomas. The rat alpha clasped his mate's hand into his and pointed at Doolittle and his medics, set up in the field behind us. The fire raged beyond the ward. The shapeshifters continued to carry wooden beams under the tunnels, reinforcing them. I petted my sword. Every second counted.
"Does Curran not involve you in his strategic sessions?" Gastek asked.
"Nope. I'm just here to look pretty."
Curran didn't need me. I wasn't a general. I was a weapon in need of a target. Arranging large groups of people into an attack force wasn't my thing. Finally, the flames subsided. A group of wolves stepped forward, led by Grigori. The druids formed up next to them behind Kadern, their leader. The 2 groups split among the 5 tunnels and went in. Silence claimed the field. The 3 bunkers closest to the tunnel blazed with orange, ready and primed to throw more burning crap on our heads. Above the tunnel exits, beyond the ward, the air shimmered like heat rising from the pavement on a scorching summer day.
"What is it?" Gastek squinted.
"Insects."
The shimmers condensed into dark clouds. For a long second, the 5 swarms hung above the ground, and then they streaked across the field to the bunkers. The swarms sank into the fortifications as if sucked in. Sharp screams followed. A man dashed from the right bunker, chased by a dark insect cloud, ran 10 feet, and fell. The cloud peeled off. He didn't move. The wolves and druids emerged from the tunnels and into the open. Gastek took a box from his pocket and checked it.
1 hour and 3 minutes until activation.
I rose. First ward down, 2 to go. The second ward of translucent pale blue wasn't a bouncer. Less than 2 miles in diameter, it covered the concourses and the inner buildings of the airport. It also looked thick and hard to break. Solid concrete stretched for 25 yards on either side of the ward. Digging under it would take forever, and we were short on time. Beyond the ward, a barbed wire fence rose. The ground directly behind it looked freshly plowed. Odd. To the left, a gate opened in the bottom of the concourse. Bodies poured out, about 6 feet tall at the shoulder, dark, with sharp bristles rising in a crest along their necks and humps on their backs. The animals galloped along the inner perimeter, flooding the space between the strip of the plowed ground and the tower.
"Are those buffalo?" someone asked behind me.
The leading beast braked directly in front of us and dipped its head. The colossal maw gaped open, displaying twin pairs of yellow tusks. The larger set looked bigger than my arm. A deep, grunting roar burst from its mouth and broke into pissed-off snorts.
It wasn't a buffalo.
"Boars," a druid next to me said.
"Caledonian boars."
I'd fought a Caledonian boar before. They were strong and aggressive as hell, and pain only pissed them off. Their bristles cut like razor blades. It took 4 mercs to bring one female down, and 2 of us had automatic weapons. There were at least 3 dozen pigs out there, and all of them were male. Each pig was 6.5 feet at the shoulder, 2.5 tons of pure, stupid rage. Curran might kill 1 in single combat. Mahon could as well. Aside from that, a regular-sized shapeshifter didn't stand a chance, not even in a half-form. The pigs would bulldoze over them. Curran came up to me. A group of alphas followed. Mahon and his wife, Martha, Daniel and Jennifer, Thomas Linesco, Aunt Bee, Jim. Curran nodded at the tower.
Can you break that ward?
I glanced at the tower. 600 yards away, about 2,000 feet of distance, full of Boers. If you can get me to it. My blood would break almost anything with enough magic. The question was, did I have enough power in me? I guess we'd find out. Curran grinned, looking slightly evil.
Get ready to run.
Daniel and Jennifer stepped in front of me. I looked at Jennifer. Should you really be here? Her upper lip trembled in a precursor to a snarl. Right, she would do her job, and I had to do mine. Derek took a spot to my left, Jezebel to my right, Aunt Bee and Thomas brought up the rear. Behind them, 6 shapeshifters formed into 2 rows, 3 people in a line. The Renders. Bob from the Mercenary Guild shouldered his way into the group and heaved his sword. Eduardo emerged from the tunnel dragging a huge sack. Over 6 feet tall, the were-buffalo was slabbed with thick muscle even in his human form. Behind him, 3 members of Clan Heavy pulled identical sacks. Eduardo dropped his burden on the ground. The canvas fell open. Inside, thick tangles of leather belts and chains connected a mess of spiked armor plates and chainmail.
Get your glass slippers and fairy wings, ladies.
Members of Clan Heavy began pulling the tangles apart. Mahon gripped a mess of belts, arranged it on the ground, and stripped. He took a deep breath, and a giant Kodiak bear boiled forth, filling out the belts with his shaggy body. The harness caught him, stretching and sliding into place. A row of armored plates sheathed the bear's back and hindquarters, flaring down on the sides to guard the vulnerable flanks. Mahon stretched his front limbs and rose up, testing the armor, and dropped back down. On all fours, he was at least a foot taller than me. All around us, werebears, some gray, some brown, and one white, rose up. A were-boar snorted next to a huge moose. The beasts of Clan Heavy formed an armored line around us, with Mahon in the lead. Eduardo stomped over to his right, a colossal buffalo almost 8 feet at the shoulder. Curran kissed me.
See you there, baby.
Try to keep up, I told him. His body twisted, sprouting fur. The gray lion shook his mane, winked at me, and took his spot on Mahon's right. To the left, the mercs finished hammering long wooden platforms brought together board by board through the tunnels. They had had the same idea I did. Touching that strip of plowed ground wasn't a good idea. It just didn't look right. There was no reason for it to encircle the base, unless something nasty hid in it. The mages formed into a semicircle near the ward, right between the 2 closest bunkers. Behind them, the witches formed their own line, and then the druids and the wolves. 3 vampires crouched on the ground across each bunker, hugging the dirt. The mages raised their hands.
On 3,
one of them called.
Remember, low spectrum. And 3, 2, go!
Power burst from the 10 mages, flowing into a single bright current, threaded with flashes of green and yellow. The current smashed into the ward, dancing on its surface. The druids and the wolves raised their staves. Between the 2 lines, the witches snapped into a rigid pose, their arms outstretched. Magic poured from the wolves into the witches and out into the mages. So much magic! The current shook, sliding back and forth against the ward like caged lightning. On the left, one of the druids went down, then another. A wolf fell. Hairline cracks formed in the ward. The witch on the left screamed. With the sound of a collapsing building, the ward fractured and broke. Chunks of it floated to the ground like weightless shards of foot-thick ice, melting into nothing as they fell. The vampires charged, clearing the fence with laughable ease. The 3 lines of magic users collapsed onto the ground. The bloodsuckers swarmed the bunkers. Before the first mage rolled to his feet, the vamps emerged, their claws bloody. On the left, a shapeshifter tossed a rock at the strip of plowed ground. A green, fiery glow shot from the ground, licking the stone. The rock sparked with white. The glow vanished, leaving the stone smoking on the ground. Trapped. That was what I thought. Behind us, the shamans conferred and began to chant in unison, their voices like a beat of a human heart, rhythmic but overlapping. Magic flowed from the shamans and condensed directly in front of us. The mercs heaved the platforms forward. The boards slid over the plowed ground and froze, suspended 3 inches above the dirt by the shaman's magic. The wereboar on my left roared, snorting and pawing the ground. The 4 boars in our view raised their heads at the challenge. The wereboar lowered his massive head and charged across the makeshift bridge with a fierce screech, hurtling like a cannonball. For a split second, the Caledonian boars stared in shock, and then as one, they gave chase. The group galloped behind the buildings out of sight. Mahon started forward. We followed. The bear picked up speed, at first moving slowly, then faster and faster until I was running full speed in the middle of a stampede. A boar shot out from behind the concourse. The bear on the left peeled off to intercept. Another boar came from the right, a grizzled, scarred male. Eduardo sped into a charge and rammed him head-on. The boar and buffalo went down in a tangle of tusks and hooves. I could barely see. The huge furry backs blocked my view. A snort, and another shapeshifter went down. Again, again, and again. Mahon and Curran made a sharp left, and suddenly I saw the tower, 100 yards in front of us, and 3 giant pigs rocketing toward us like shots from a sling. "Get her to the tower!" Curran roared and charged toward the pigs. Mahon followed. Our armored barrier was gone. It was just me, Bob, the Elphas, and a handful of renders. We ran. The air turned to fire in my lungs. Blood pounded through my temples. 80 yards. 60. 40. I pulled Slayer from its sheath. Above us, within the ward, magic streamed from the tower, unfolding in iridescent feathery smudges. The plume. We had 20 minutes before the device went active. To the left, a squat building flew by, and out of the corner of my eye I saw a huge boar rushing at us, mouth open, tusks ready to gore. He looked as big as a house. Vicious eyes glared at me. I sprinted, squeezing every last drop out of my muscles. The boar loomed closer and closer. 25 yards. The boar was on top of us. We wouldn't make it. Jennifer spun toward the pig, baring her teeth. Daniel's clawed hand closed on her shoulder. He shoved her aside and flung himself at the boar. The werewolf's claws raked across the pig's head, gouging the left eye. The boar squealed in mad fury. His tusk caught Daniel in the stomach. The boar shot forward, half-blind, and smashed into the ward. Daniel's blond head hit the pale glow. The back of his skull exploded, his face still intact, his blue eyes staring straight at us, and then both the werewolf and the boar disintegrated in a flash of blinding white. 10 yards. Jennifer screamed a single hoarse howl of pain, ripped straight from her heart. I sliced Slayer across my forearm, coating the blade with my blood, and rammed the ward, sinking all of my magic into the power word. Hasad! Mine. Agony ripped through me in a fiery cascade. The ward shuddered. Veins of pure, intense red shot through the magic barrier. It shattered, and the shapeshifters burst through it, smashing into the tower. I stumbled forward, trying to hold on to reality. Don't pass out. Don't pass out! Derek ripped the tower's door off its hinges. A man raised a crossbow, blocking our way. Jennifer lunged at him. The bolt took her in the thigh. She ripped the man's head off, pulled the bolt out, and bounded inside where more shooters waited on the stairway. We climbed the tower step by step. For the first couple of minutes, Jennifer was in front, venting her fury, and then she took off into the side corridor, raging, and someone else took point. We killed, and climbed, and the stairs behind us ran red with blood. A door loomed ahead. The shapeshifters crashed through it, drunk on blood fumes and anger. People spun to us, a familiar face among them, Shane. I lunged and disemboweled him with one precise strike. He clutched at his stomach, trying to hold the slippery ribbons of his intestines inside. I sliced across his chest and neck and kicked him to the ground. He crashed at my feet, bleeding to death. The device loomed in front of me, a cylinder of gleaming metal, encrusted with gems and inlaid with glyphs and patterns, spinning magic from its top in feathery glowing strands. A control console rose next to it, bristling with levers. 3 gauges, long, narrow rectangles, half filled with pale light, glowed above the console. Around the cylinder, the shapeshifters tore into the keepers like sharks into baby seals. I pulled Cayman's instructions from the pocket of my jeans and unfolded them, careful to keep my bloody fingertips off the text. According to Cayman, shutting down the machine required pushing the levers in a precise sequence. He said it would take anywhere from 3 to 10 minutes. I had no idea how many minutes I had left. Don't think about it, just do it! I pushed the first lever. The gauge on the left turned blue. If it turned bright green, the device would become unstable and we'd all vanish in an explosion of magic. I jerked my hand back. The gauge glowed with blue, slowly growing lighter and lighter. Seconds ticked by. Come on! If I ever commissioned a world-destroying device, it would have a 2-second shut-off. Turn the key and that's it. Come on! The gauge turned white. I pushed the second lever. The third gauge shot into blue-green. I held my breath. The light shone, holding at the almost green mark. Turn white. Turn white, damn you! Behind me, someone snarled. White! Turn white! The gauge paled, sliding into pale gray. Good enough. I pulled the first lever again. All 3 gauges remained steadily pale. Third lever. Second lever. Third lever again. When this was over, I would screw Cayman's head off his shoulders like a cap off a beer bottle. First lever. All 3 gauges turned green. Fuck! The top of the device slid open, magic curving around it like veils of white smoke nipping at my skin. Don't blow up. Just don't blow up! The gauges slid into blue. Wait for it. My hands shook. I clenched them into fists. Wait for it! Wait. Wait! The gauges turned white. I pushed the final lever. Nothing. What the hell? I had done it right. I had memorized the instructions. They were in my hand. Maybe Cayman had lied. Maybe he wanted the device to activate. Something clanged within the machine. The gauges drained. The glow vanishing. The veils of magic dissipated, dissolving into nothing. The last sparks of power melted from the device, and it sat inert. Just a hunk of metal, dull and harmless. I slumped onto the floor. Around me, shapeshifters moved. Someone threw a body out the window. We had won. Somehow, we'd won. My gaze snagged on Shane, sprawled on the floor in the mess of his innards. He stared at me, his eyes wild. "We won," I told him. He glared at me with eyes full of hate. Behind him, Curran loomed in the doorway. He was human and smeared with blood. He stepped over Shane and crouched by me. I put my arms around his neck, and we kissed, both covered in gore, and neither one caring. We kissed, while around us the soldiers of the pack tossed the bodies out the windows, stepping over Shane as he lay dying slowly, bleeding his life out, watching his intestines contract and shiver on the floor in front of him. Epilogue. The keepers were dead. The magic elite of Atlantis celebrated right outside the fallen MSDU headquarters. Food appeared as if out of thin air. Bonfires flared here and there, and a couple of Caledonian boars had been carved into chunks for a barbecue. Mages, the people, witches, and shapeshifters reveled in the simple glory of being alive. We all knew that the next morning the alliance would fracture, and old rivalries would rear their heads. But for one evening, we celebrated and watched the cops and the MSDU from neighboring cities try to sort out the wreckage. The law enforcement agencies were none too happy with our impromptu cookout. But given that we had just cracked their best fortress like a walnut, they didn't make any waves. The keepers had brought as many of their members as they could muster. The MSDU lost 40 people. The rest had been herded into an underground bunker. The keepers didn't want to waste the ammunition. The rats found them and let them out. Andrea's friend didn't make it. I wandered past the tables. Smiling faces, lots of food, the hum of excited conversation. Gastek came walking toward me, carrying a plate. "Humans are fickle creatures," he said. 3 days ago, I bet none of these people would have found a cause to throw a party. Here we are celebrating, when all we've done is return things to normal. Nothing like a great tragedy to make you appreciate life, I told him. Indeed. You aren't celebrating, Kate. Hard to celebrate when visions of your kid in a hospital bed keep floating through your head. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm thrilled. Rowena came to visit you this morning, Gastek said. Why? Ha! Remember how I asked you to get the information from that navigator who fainted, and you blew me off? Go screw yourself. I walked away. A lone figure sat away from the bonfires, hugging her knees. I came closer and saw pale hair. Jennifer. I came to sit by her. She stared straight ahead. I wasn't sure she even knew I was there. We sat for a long time, looking out at the base swarming with cops. I don't even have a body to bury, she said. You'll have his child, I said. She rested her hand on her stomach. Her voice was bitter. And if I am very lucky, I won't have to kill her. Jennifer! A woman came up to us. She had Jennifer's lean, long body and pale hair, one of her sisters. Here you are. Come with me. We have a table set up. Jennifer didn't move. You need to eat, the woman said. You're eating for 2, remember? Jennifer rose slowly. That's it, her sister murmured. Come on, let's take care of that baby. She led Jennifer away. I sat alone. Curran dropped next to me. Hey, It's hard to jump while sitting down. I still managed. Why do you sneak up on me like that?
It's funny.
It's not. I leaned into him and he put his arm around me.
It's hilarious. It's almost as funny as your snoring.
I don't snore. He nodded with a wide grin.
It's a quiet, peaceful kind of snoring, like a small, cuddly Tasmanian devil. Kind of cute when sleeping, all claws and teeth when awake.
You snore worse. At least I don't turn into a lion in my sleep.
I only did it once.
Once was weird enough, thank you. He looked at me.
You're still going through with the Julie thing?
Yes. Why do you keep asking me?
I keep hoping you'll change your mind.
I won't. He sighed and pulled me closer to him.
Your blood and Era's blood are basically the same,
Doolittle told me. I rubbed my eyes. I hadn't slept much the night before, and I had spent all morning trying to get a sample of shapeshifter blood to respond to my magic. I'd accomplished exactly nothing. The blood sat inert in the small plastic dish. It didn't help that Curran had insisted on watching me and spent the past 3 hours sitting in the corner looking pissed off. There was the aftermath of the Keeper's chaos to deal with, and shapeshifters returning to the keep. But no, he put it all on hold so he could sit here and watch me fail.
The only difference between you and her is the concentration of magic,
Doolittle continued. She had had thousands of years to accumulate hers, while I had barely had a quarter of a century.
I believe this is getting us nowhere,
Doolittle said.
And don't be giving me dirty looks, my lady. I didn't say we should give up. I think we should,
Curran said.
What we need is an anchor. Something in Julie's blood that would respond to your magic.
Doolittle took a syringe from the table and let a single drop from the syringe fall into the blood. Foul magic tugged on me. Vampire blood. I felt it, felt the undeath shoot through the blood in the dish. Doolittle nodded.
Try it now.
I concentrated and pulled. I could do this. I should be able to do this. Sweat broke on my hairline. The blood rose from the dish about an inch, curling into a globe of red. I held it there and stretched it into a disk. It flowed, obedient and pliant.
How did you know?
Curran asked.
Era has traces of vampirism in her blood sample,
Doolittle said.
Not in a virulent form. It's a very odd thing, almost like a dormant precursor to the virus itself. Our Lady does too, in smaller concentration.
I let the blood drain into the dish.
I would venture a guess that most navigators of the dead also possess the same, probably in much, much smaller quantities. When I have some spare time, I want to look at your blood in greater detail.
Doolittle frowned.
What? We have it too?
Curran pushed up from the floor.
It reacts to magic,
Doolittle said.
Perhaps it's an evolutionary adaptation to the world where magic was a constant presence. I would have to run more tests, but for now we must deal with the problem at hand. We need the vampiric vector.
Are you telling me I have to infect Julie with vampirism? This was crazy. Vampirism was irreversible. But then, so was Lycos V.
I wouldn't presume to tell you anything,
Doolittle said.
This whole scheme is an exercise in insanity. However, if you persist in this harebrained, ill-advised endeavor, this is the only way for you to mold her blood. How about we just don't do it?
Curran said. I took a deep breath. Can you tell me with absolute certainty that Julie will go loop the moment she wakes up?" They both answered in unison.
"Yes."
"Then I have to do it," I told them. "I have no choice." 3 days later, I traveled to perform the Arez ritual deep in Sibley Forest. The witches were there, and somehow Grigori and his brother were there too. I had never quite gotten to the bottom of how they had solved their differences, but I decided not to look a gift volve in the mouth. We chose a spot on top of a lone quartz boulder, thrusting from the forest floor like a miniature version of Stone Mountain. Cayman operated the device we had taken at Palmetto. The witches stood around me in a circle, while Julie lay in front of me on a stretcher. Her sedation was wearing off, and muscles and bone bulged and moved under her skin as if they had a mind of their own. Derek and Jezebel stood on both sides of the stretcher, waiting. Cayman opened the device. Magic spilled from it in a dense cascade of pale glow. The witches strained, and then a flood of power hit me so cold it felt like my muscles froze. It spread through me, flowing from cell to cell, saturating my blood, setting my nerves on fire. The witches kept feeding me power, more and more and more. The ice turned into agony, shaving at me from the inside, scraping layer after layer from my core. In the haze of magic, Doolittle took a step toward Julie. The syringe in his hand rose. The needle touched her skin, and the immortous pathogen entered her body. In a normal victim, it took 7 hours for full colonization of the body. 7 hours from the infection to full-blown vampirism. The process was irreversible. We didn't need 7 hours. We just needed 1 minute for the vampiric blood to fully circulate through Julie's body. More magic came. My hands and feet dissolved into pain. Every instinct screamed for me to stop. End it! Just end it, and the pain will stop. Julie's body began to glow. It beckoned me, like a swamp light, drawing me closer and closer. She kicked and convulsed on her stretcher, muscles and fur bulging. I was almost there. A little more magic, a little more pain. A searing blast of magic smashed into me, pushing me over the edge. Julie snarled. Her restraints snapped and she shot up, her flesh boiling. Grotesque jaws thrust from her face. She stood hunched over, half human, half lynx, but whereas a shapeshifter's warrior form was streamlined, Julie's body was a mess of mismatched parts. Her left arm was huge. Her right leg had a knee that bent backward. Fur sheathed her stomach while human skin stained her back in pale patches. She stared, mesmerized. I felt the blood sliding through her veins, flowing in a current of tiny particles of magic. Julie opened her mouth, her monstrous face uncertain. Derek clamped her in a bear hug, and Jezebel sliced her neck, severing the jugular. Blood shot in a pressurized spray, and I grabbed it with my power, gathering each precious tiny drop. Condensing, turning, spinning it into a globe of brilliant magic. All sound faded, except the beating of my heart. I kept pulling it, drawing it out of the container of flesh until I had taken all of it. The creature who had owned the blood before me toppled to the ground. I beckoned the sphere, and it floated toward me, settling in the palms of my open hands, so alive, so bursting with magic. Something was wrong with it. It was corrupted, tainted somehow, but it was so breathtakingly beautiful. A distant presence tugged on me, coming from impossibly far, stretching toward me across distance or time. I couldn't tell. It peered inside me, permeating my magic, examining the blood in my hands. I was supposed to do something with this blood, wasn't I? Or maybe not. It sat in my palms, so warm and throbbing with power. The presence watched me. I watched it back. A thought formed in my head, and it wasn't my own, yet somehow it also was. Well done. At the creature's body, another creature was screaming at me, her face contorted. A third creature stared at me, an expression of pure horror stamped on his face. Odd. This blood. All wrong. I had to do something with it, but I wasn't sure what. I held the blood out to the presence. It's dirty. Then you should clean it, the presence suggested gently. I had to clean it. Yes, that was it. Let your blood flow, the presence murmured. I sweated blood. It poured from my pores, bleeding magic. Now bind them together, the presence suggested. I molded my blood, stretching it in thin filaments to the glowing core of the creature's blood in my hand, wrapping my magic around it, piercing it, cleansing. That's it, the presence told me. Excellent. Now return it. It's mine! You must give it back, or the child won't survive. But it's mine! No. You only borrowed it. If you keep it, you'll kill its vessel. The creatures were screaming. I didn't want to kill anyone. I held the sphere for another long moment, savoring it, and thrust it back into the creature's body. It flowed into her, rushing through, filling her collapsed veins and arteries. The creature didn't stir. You must will her to live, the presence told me gently. She needs your help. Mine. I told the blood. Obey me. Live. Survive. Obey. 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 The creature drew a hoarse breath, jerking. The wound on her neck bled, her body whipped, gripped by spasms. The others lunged to her. The world careened on its side, went dark, and all was still. I opened my eyes. Curran sat next to me, his gray eyes watching me. Julie, she survived, he said. His quiet voice gained a rough growl. If you think that I will ever let you pull that fucked up shit again, then this thing between you and me is done. We are fucking done. We made it. We made it through in one piece. He didn't die. Julie didn't die. I didn't die. It was some kind of bloody miracle. I thought you loved me and would never leave me. That was not you. That was fucked up. I put my arms around him and kissed him. Curran clenched me to him. My bones groaned. Never again. Never again, I promised. I give you my word. Never again. I'm so glad you woke up. Aha! The shoe is on the other foot. Shut up. He kissed me, and I pulled my personal psycho into bed with me. 20 minutes later, I was eating chicken soup. It was the best soup I ever tasted. How long was I out?
3 days.
That's nothing. You were out 11. Curran shrugged.
3 was enough.
How's Julie?
Freaked out and under house arrest, but okay.
Why under house arrest? Curran shook his head.
Oh no, I killed Kate. Kate is dead because of me. If she dies, I'll kill myself. And other stupidity along those lines. I ordered her locked up so she doesn't do something idiotic. Doolittle says she's healing well. No trace of like V, no vampirism.
Curran focused on me.
I thought I lost you both back there.
I think you might have. I was really confused at some point. I think I hallucinated. I can almost swear I heard somebody.
Who?
I don't know. I promise never again. I don't think I can survive another one like that. Curran sighed.
I suppose you'll want to see the kid now.
Yes. Curran roared.
Barabbas!
The door opened, and my nanny stuck his spiky head inside. He saw me, and his face split in a sharp grin. My lord, my lady, may I say that I am delighted that my favorite Alpha is feeling better. Why, you'll be running recklessly into danger against overwhelming odds any time now.
Curran growled. Shut up. Bring Julie.
3 minutes later, Julie stepped into the room. She stopped at the entrance, a pale, skinny wraith. I waited, but she didn't come any closer. Hey, I said. Hey, she answered. Are you okay? I don't know. Julie swallowed.
Oh, boy.
What's the problem? You did something to me. Julie hesitated. My magic looks like yours. I glanced at Curran. You didn't tell her?
Oh, no, that's your mess. You can have that job. You go right ahead.
I sat up straighter. When Leslie bit you, she infected you with like V. I used an old ritual and cleaned your blood with mine to save you. Julie blinked a few times. So, what does it mean? It means that you are now immune to like V and vampirism. You might develop some new powers. It might be strange for a while, but I will help you through it. Julie swallowed. So am I like really your niece now? Something like that. I almost died saving you. Am I going to get some sort of hug or what? She took a step, broke into a run, and hugged me. Curran shook his head. I stuck my tongue out at him. Whatever. She was alive. I would deal with everything else as it came.
You can never tell anyone,
Curran said.
What Kate has done for you can't be done to anyone else. Do you understand? The pack is full of desperate parents whose kids might go loop. You can't go around telling people that Kate cured you of it. If anybody asks, you pulled through on your own. Your magic was so strong, your body rejected like V. Julie, answer me.
Yes, sir, Julie said in my arms. I pulled through on my own. A knock sounded, and Barabbas stepped back into the room, carrying a narrow blue vase filled with flowers. Happy reunion. Also, these came for you, Kate. I put them in a vase. Not quite sure what these flowers are, but they smell divine. The vase held a dozen small flowers, their petals pristine white, like small stars, solid black at the center. I froze with Julie still hugging me. Morgan's bells. I knew these flowers. I had made them. They had sprouted during the flare on the spot where I had cried my eyes out, holding Bran's lifeless body. Next to me, Curran was very still. I willed my mouth to move. "Is there a card?" Barabbas nodded and passed me a small white rectangle folded in half. I flipped it open. "Congratulations on your victory, Your Highness. Looking forward to our next meeting. Hugh." This concludes Magic Slays. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Introducing Gemini in Google Docs, AI that helps teams write, brainstorm, and revise.
Welcome back.